What's poppin', gamers? Welcome back to Beach Gen. This time we're tackling our first game for the best Beach Gen console, the Nintendo GameCube. And that game is Pikmin.
Hey.
Yeah, and we originally were going to tackle the Xbox first because we've got some real gamers in the chat. But we decided we were all already playing Pikmin anyways, so it made sense to tackle this first. And like our last two games, Eco and Shenmue, this game also actually started as an N64 game instead of a GameCube game.
Yeah.
There's some interesting history involved with that if we want to get into that.
Yeah, I think there's this literally until an hour ago, I think like everybody else, I had this conception, oh, okay, Pikmin, the concept seems pretty infeasible on a console like that 64. Obviously the resolution was only 240p, couldn't push that many polygons, right? But oh yeah, there was also the fact that there was the Mario 128 demo that's really famous that most of you probably are familiar with, where it's a bunch of polygonal Marios running around on an 8-bit Mario on the GameCube, and that never materialized into a Mario game. But Miyamoto was quoted saying, Miyamoto obviously, often considered the father of Pikmin, was quoted saying, yeah, you basically played this in Pikmin, right? So I think all of us kind of assumed, okay, that's the whole story, right? But literally a week ago, in tandem with Pikmin 4, there was a series of interviews that came out from Nintendo, and they were basically discussing that, yeah, the Pikmin idea already started in the transition phase from the Super Nintendo to the N64, which seems kind of wild in retrospect.
You gotta wonder, like, if this is in the transitory period from Super Nintendo to N64, how aware the people coming up with this idea were of the N64's power, or like thereof. Because wow, it's once again a pretty ambitious game already on the GameCube, let alone
Yeah.
the N64.
Yeah. We're definitely going to talk about that. Just the presentation, how like the effect that a game kind of has on you when you play it. Like it definitely has that whoa next gen feeling, to me at least. Hot Pocket saying in chat, Doom Engine could have done Pikmin, to be honest. See, I mean, they were. This interview is definitely worth a read. We're definitely gonna link it. And they were saying, okay, on the N64, the original idea was to have the Pikmin as billboards, as they say, or as sprites. I just really wonder what that would have looked like. What I find fascinating is that the design of the Pikmin was seemingly finalized like pretty early on. You see the iconic design that you know now, like something that's very close to it, even in that super early stage in the concept art that they share. Yeah, Raph was talking about earlier how in the pre-show that originally they were supposed to carry stuff with the leaves on their head instead of their hands. But I guess, yeah, I mean, I could see that maybe, I don't know, maybe that will look goofy or something. But it's just, again, it's just fascinating that,
I think it would have been based, actually.
I think it might. Nintendo's talks, a lot of their main teams have talked about like their concept design phase, and a lot of that is still very heavily rooted in the experience they had designing the original Zelda and Mario way back when. And they always seem to design, they concept design around mechanics, like to the point where maybe their designs become so entangled with the mechanics that you don't really get to change them much after the fact.
Yeah.
Like they were supposed to lift them with the flowers, and now we know they use their hands, but the flowers are still like a relevant gameplay visualizer.
Yeah. You then maybe have even weird situations like Splatoon where the visual design at the start was not matched to the mechanics at all, right? They were shooting pains at the ground, but the characters were like, I think, rabbits. and that made no sense. And then they didn't find like a natural fit for it until they came up with the whole squid idea, right? That just seems like yeah. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say this is looking ahead a little bit, but you're talking about like visually like telling the status of the Pikmin. I was just thinking there's probably like another fucked up universe where this game like where the color of the Pikmin signified like the status of their bud in the final version of the game. And I'm just imagining like that would have been really weird, just having like not only different colors to signify, or maybe they could have even done like the tone of the color. That's another thing they maybe could have done. But I mean, I like what they've landed on, but I'm just thinking like what could have been, I suppose.
I mean, that's the thing. Like if you're dealing with 240p resolution and then Pikmin that are potentially sprites instead of polygons, like the difference between like little buds on their heads, that does seem like it might be pretty hard to identify on a CRT or something.
Yeah.
So I guess like a lot of the original impetus for Pikmin was this idea of a game where characters collaborate to perform different actions, and I guess like one thing that's sort of confusing when you try to research old Pikmin material now is that the press seems to immediately kind of label the game as an RTS, and I think that's how we still kind of talk about it. And I personally, I wouldn't even say that that's inaccurate. I think that's still sort of how I think about the game as someone who doesn't play many RTS games. But Nintendo themselves, they could not really settle on a genre descriptor. They had a lot of different things that they were throwing around.
RTS-ification of Pikmin might have happened more as the game goes on. It was originally a simulation game called Adam and Eve. And that's kind of interesting. It's like a thread because we've talked about like the Japanese definition of simulation game and how it's kind of characterized with player indifference and stuff. And that puts it in a really weird spot relative to like the kind of games Nintendo is famous for. You wouldn't really call like classic Zelda or Mario or F-Zero or anything like that very simulation-y.
Yeah. Everything that Nintendo kind of, that you associate Nintendo with is kind of directly rooted in action. It's sort of confusing trying to, again, track the exact dev history of this game. So the Adam and Eve thing, right? Like, it doesn't come up in the Nintendo interview, in tandem with Pikmin 4. It doesn't come up there at all, and I was joking earlier in the pre-show, okay, maybe it's not related to Pikmin. Maybe it actually wasn't related. Or maybe they want us to forget about it. Because there are some quotes saying, okay, Miyamoto was like tinkering with this, and then it didn't pan out, and then they moved on to Pikmin instead somehow. And Pikmin sort of seems to be this idea of, okay, it is simulation, like we're managing a crowd of characters performing tasks, but then we're adding this action element by making you control it very directly, and specifically by also putting you in charge of a player avatar with Olimar, which I've gone on record, not on record, but like we've been sort of joking about how I always call Pikmin an action RTS because of that, right? Because you're directly controlling character, and everybody just tells me, "Yeah, you're so fucking stupid. Shut the fuck up. Like, it's not real."
We should have just called it a Strand type game.
So true.
If we say it, actually, Beach Gen listeners, this is our mission. We will spread the gospel of action RTS to the masses. Whenever you discuss Pikmin, just slide it in there. Let it take root amongst the masses.
Raph is saying stratum up in chat. I know, Raph, you've also talked about how action RTS is the descriptor that Valve have used for Warcraft 3, I think, and also maybe Dota.
Yeah, it's how they marketed Dota 2. Like, it's not an RTS, it's not an action game, it's an action RTS. So I think in this case, the action RTS, the action side of action RTS is probably rooted in like action RPG because that definitely has like a Diablo influence to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Action RPG also may be the most loaded gamer word of all time. So
Yeah. Like for me, it's not even a qualitative assessment. Of course, I mean, I think it's easy to maybe meme it that way, right? Like, oh, it's action, so it's better.
Oh yeah, no.
But yeah, for me, the fact that I am controlling a character and then everything revolves around the character versus I'm using pointer controls on a PC or something. For me, that is a big part of the difference, kind of. Does anyone have thoughts on that, maybe?
Well, it's interesting because a lot of the earliest RTS games controlled like Pikmin. They had a single playable character that would move around the battlefield, and they could only direct characters if they were next to them.
Do you have examples of those types of games?
Yeah, Herzog. Herzog is one of the big ones. It was actually like the primary inspiration for Warcraft and Dune and StarCraft. But later games, right, when Dune and Warcraft and StarCraft got popular, they got rid of that player character. They pushed back to a more like godlike view. And I think Pikmin in a strange way is actually coming back to the roots of the genre and saying, hey, let's make it more actiony.
See, I don't want to... Oh yeah, Alan, go ahead.
Well, this is just a footnote related to that. We're talking about the roots of the genre, which would assumedly be quite old. I found in a Japanese interview, Cranko actually found the interview, but Miyamoto briefly references an Atari game called Mule, which I wonder if maybe some of the DNA is seated there. But as he oft does in interviews, he kind of does not explain further. So that might be some gamer homework for next time.
Yeah. I think it's worth saying also that in that interview that we keep referencing, the Pikmin 4 interview, Miyamoto does not actually come up in the original Pikmin 1 and 64 sort of dev process. Like, it's something that seems to have been primarily spearheaded by two developers called Hino and Abe. Shigefumi Hino and Masamichi Abe. Yeah, I want to be sure to get their names right. We should credit more people. I don't want to I don't want to take away too much of the game discussion already, but I know Hot Pocket, you've recently played the game for the first time, and you've pointed out that okay, this game seems like it's all about the macro versus the micro. And yeah, I sort of had this thought, we just talked about, okay, the earliest RTS games had this player character, and then that was sort of removed over time as the genre evolved. And that made me think, okay, maybe that was done in an effort to emphasize the micro aspect of, like, because I would assume that once you have this godlike perspective, you can more easily micromanage more of the battlefield.
Sort of true. I think to me it just seems like very influenced by technical limitations on what controls they can even allow you to have with the GameCube controller. Because I mean there are RTSs like Relics games that are micro RTSs but are still using the sort of the usual, like, okay, you have a cursor and you drag things and stuff like that. There's, Company Heroes 2, like, very, very micro game with pretty low base building in general. Yeah, it seems to me that it's mainly because maybe this is looking too much ahead, but Pikmin 3, I think the gamepad, now we can have more macro elements to it because we can give you this map that you can always see, and the aspect ratio is bigger or something like that. We have more hardware capabilities, so we can run more things in parallel. Yeah, I mean, now technical limitations, I think, would be, which makes sense. Also, that would be, that would be also probably a commonality with the original sort of RTS influences, like Herzog that Raph was mentioning.
It makes sense that like the technical limitations would be like such a big like focus here. Because I don't think anyone's mentioned it yet. This isn't a launch game for the GameCube, but it's like very immediately after launch.
Yeah.
And Nintendo also pretty famously is like their launch window games are all meant to like illustrate. They're all designed in tandem with the system in some way. I don't think I've seen any of that or much of that anyways, in the discussion of Pikmin's development. You hear it come up with Luigi's Mansion a lot in the GameCube. I was wondering if anybody had maybe seen something that hints to that.
Yeah, I like the one sort of hints at that is this Mario 128 demo that kind of keeps getting brought up, which in that interview again that we keep referencing, they say actually has no direct relation to Pikmin, other than the fact that it sort of proved the viability of, oh, maybe we can have this many polygonal characters now, maybe we don't need to use sprites. It's just so odd because, yeah, like you said, when you play the game, even to this day, if you have some familiarity with how game consoles kind of evolved, this does feel like next gen, right? It does give me those vibes, just seeing 100 character models like on screen at the same time, and the different levels of zoom that you have, that you can get so up close or so far away. That feels very distinctly, this would not have been possible on the N64. And then even just the way, I mean, we're going to talk about this as well, but like the way the game feels designed around the new controller.
There's an interesting parallel you mentioned there to Herzog specifically, in that RTS has always had this sort of turbulent relationship with consoles, in that no one was ever really sure on how to make a sort of strategy game with micromanagement work on a gamepad. But Herzog's Zwei is a Mega Drive game, and in that game, it's sort of like you have a central unit where the unit is the most powerful thing, and you upgrade that and control it. Whereas you send out sort of autonomous other units to take care of other tasks for you. So I don't know, maybe that's kind of like an interesting little parallel to Pikmin, maybe, or maybe not.
Yeah. Did anyone ever play that busted StarCraft N64 port? I was kind of shook to find out that actually came out. I always thought that was sort of a cancel thing, but no, it's real. You can play it.
So I haven't, but I'm pretty sure Yabo, he was on the RE forecast. I'm pretty sure he has. Ooh. And I remember he was going down like a big like StarCraft sort of rabbit hole, and that seems like a really interesting port. I'm not like StarCraft build at all. I've never played it, but I kind of really want to play the N64 version of that game.
I've been waiting to say this. I don't know if we've mentioned it, but on record, but we're definitely gonna cover PC games of that era as well. We're gonna eventually beat the weeb allegations.
Or not.
but if I'm waiting to say this, I'm gonna make a conscious effort. I'm gonna go out of my fucking way to play every single one of those games on a console. I'll play Half-Life on the 3DS if I have to, okay? So so we're probably gonna start with Deus Ex, and I'm gonna play it on PS2. That's gonna be awesome. Y'all can't stop me.
Based.
Did that game ever come to Xbox? Or was it just like PS2?
It was supposed to come to Dreamcast as well, and I think...
Well, that's so fire.
Yeah, a close to final build leaked, but they canceled it just before release.
Because that game feels more like an Xbox game than a PS2 game to me, and I cannot put my finger on why.
Yeah.
The PS2 version of that game is a bit different.
Yeah, it's surprisingly not that bad.
Half of it is not there.
I was going to say it's probably terrible, but if it's decent, then...
Like, that's unironically how I finished the game as well. Yeah, I guess about sort of, again, the micro action relationship in Pikmin, I was sort of thinking, okay, maybe, like, this is a series that kind of tries to have combat and boss fights and all this stuff every now and then, and it runs up against the limitations of its control scheme a little bit, and it's tech probably. And I'm sort of curious to see if maybe Pikmin 3 is where that gets I don't know, fleshed out a little bit. But I haven't played it yet, so I don't fucking know. Yeah, we don't want to deploy too many Pikmin 3 takes, maybe, but we're saving that for later in the cast. I'm very curious what the vibe is there.
I mean, Yeah, I mean, I haven't even finished the game yet, so I can't really fire off too much.
It is funny. We are all we decided to tackle this game because of like, oh, we're going to be playing Pikmin anyways. But it is funny how many of us are kind of uneducated on like where Pikmin ends up going outside of some choice words about 2.
Yeah, my personal history with the series is playing 1 for the first time earlier this year, thinking it rocked, and then playing it a few more times, and then finally trying 2 and not liking it at all, and then going right back to Pikmin 1 and playing it some more.
I just know Heather and Pang keep saying that, who are not here right now, unfortunately, but they keep saying the 3 is kind of insane gas. So I'm pretty hyped for that. Maybe I'll just ask, like, so I think, so Hot Pocket, you recently played through Pikmin 1 and 2 for the first time. John, I think you're still yet to play any of them, right?
I just got through like the second or third day of Pikmin 1. Yeah. And I tried this, like I got a Wii U super late, so I had all these like Wii and GameCube games to catch up on. And so I played Pikmin 1 for like I got very honorably filtered by the first like ostrich boss in that game. And I was just like, I'll put this down. This is a problem for future John. And here we are.
I think you're like we keep saying this is kind of a running joke here, but John is like this very, very soft-spoken, nice person, but then whenever we're not talking about like whenever we're talking about not arcade pilled games, whenever it's long cutscenes, movie vibes, the gloves come off. Yeah, you're our most arcade pilled gamer. So I'm like really curious how that kind of like this, RTS adjacent game kind of clicks with you.
No, I've been enjoying it actually. I was like, I don't love the aesthetic, but I think like all the pieces come together really well. Even because I had a fucking terrible run of this game in the VC, as I think some people here like were witness to. Yeah. And going through that and like, okay, I don't know anything about this, and then going back and resetting and playing some last night, and okay, here's what I should do, and I should optimize this route, and what do I prioritize? I think it comes together really well.
That's nice to hear. Like, I'm glad we finally landed on a game that's that clicks with you after Shenmue and Eco.
Our selection of games, you wouldn't quite realize that this is a more arcade-leaning group.
Yeah,
I'd say generally anyway.
Yeah, we gotta fix it. We gotta make up for it. Ryan, have you started Pikmin yet?
Yeah. So a while ago, I actually did my first run.
Ooh.
Might do a replay just to, have more wisdom. Yeah, I managed to steal my brother's copy.
Do you have sort of like cursory initial thoughts, maybe? Like, did you enjoy the experience overall? We're going to talk about more next time, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I kind of share like a lot of my sentiment with Hot Pocket. It's like cool game, bosses are kind of whatever.
I think Cranku, you're also a newcomer to Pikmin, right? Or
yeah, I am a newcomer. I haven't played it before, just tertiary glances at game footage or trivia or something like that. And actually, I found something interesting in preparation for this episode. So, I was looking at what versions to play, and I was looking at the differences between regions and consoles, and I found out that there was a renamed enemy specifically for the European versions of the Wii console, because one of the enemies sounded very close to a racial slur in the UK.
That's anytime you see renamed in Europe, you're like, oh no.
It's always racial slur in the UK, yeah. You have a surprising amount of those.
The enemy's called the Wollywog, and I spoke to my dad earlier today, and I said, "What do you think of when I say the word Wollywog?" He said, "That sounds awfully racist." So I guess we were right to change that enemy name.
See, this is actually a good point, because like, as far as like, obviously we're always talking about 2000s anecdotes when we discuss these games, sort of things that we remember from when we grew up around the proximity of those games. And to be honest, like, I had absolutely no one in my life that played or cared about Pikmin. It was always just sort of, it was always just sort of, I had it in the back of my mind, like, I'm a Nintendo fan, maybe I should play this eventually. And yeah, the concept, like, by the time I actually played it, the Wii re-release had already come out, and the concept to me felt so naturally suited to the pointer controls that I was like, okay, that's how I'm gonna play it. And that is how I first played it originally. In retrospect, though, I feel like you can see how the design of the GameCube controller may have informed the design of the game, or even vice versa, right? That's obviously a common story with Nintendo, that sometimes they have this crazy launch game in mind, and then they design the hardware super closely in tandem with that. I think Mario 64 is another one where that's commonly talked about.
Like I mentioned earlier, Luigi's Mansion is oddly that comes up in its development more than I've seen it be talked about with Pikmin.
Yeah.
Even though you would look at Luigi's Mansion and like,
this is a game.
It definitely feels next gen, but not in the kind of smack you in the face way Pikmin does.
Yeah. Like, specifically, for example, obviously this was the first generation where, except for the Dreamcast, having 2 analog sticks was standard. But then because it had just become standard, obviously there was not this prescribed idea of, okay, how do you use the second analog stick, right? And it's sort of funny to see now, okay, in the modern re-releases of Pikmin, they map the analog stick to the camera, because that's what you would expect. But no, on GameCube, you use it for this swarm function to basically give the Pikmin a target direction, sort of in a 360 radius, and then they will line themselves up around you in that fashion. And there's sort of, again, like I had this idea in my brain, like, oh, like, obviously makes perfect sense for the Wii, right? But when you play on the GameCube now, it's like, oh, there's this sort of left brain, right brain thinking going on with how you're managing Olimar and the Pikmin. Again, in a way that feels very naturally suited to the interface. Zach, I was gonna ask you earlier. Obviously, you're the biggest Pikmin stan. Do you have like thoughts on Wii versus GameCube? I know you've said that on Wii you can kind of push the mechanics a little more.
Yeah, it doesn't break as much as you think. Like, there's like 1 or 2 puzzles that are made easier. Besides that, it feels very natural. Like, there is an appeal to like having your movement and aiming tied together, like in the GameCube original. So, and I'm usually a big stand for stuff like that. But I just, the Wii version is too good.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to argue with like the amount of added control given in the Wii version. But I do like the little bit of nuance that comes with the GameCube controls, where there's stuff like,
totally.
Even though, like the fact that not only is movement and aiming on the same stick, but if you only move the stick gradually, you can kind of separate that and aim without moving, and like little stuff like that. Or how the way the triggers work, where you can either click it to just snap the camera, or you can hold it slightly to slowly pan the camera to where you want to go. Like, there's a lot of little mechanics like that I really appreciate with the GameCube scheme.
So yeah, that analog thing is something that doesn't really translate on the Wii either. Like, if you press Z on the nunchuck, it will always reset the camera first and then follow Olimar. Whereas on the GameCube, it would only reset once you fully click the trigger in. And so you had more control if you over when you wanted to execute either of those functions. I guess like it's just it's a conversation that always comes up with stuff like Resident Evil 4 as well, where once you port it to a different control scheme, maybe that breaks some of the challenge, but it's sort of fun in its own way, right? And I guess now we have like 3 pretty different versions of this game. And it's sort of weird to like recommend one, right? Like, because all seem sort of like a valid experience, even though they're slightly different. I think most of our newcomers are probably playing on the GameCube, right? Or they did play on the GameCube, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also did my first GameCube run, and that was, it was very enlightening. I think I'm gonna try to get another one in on the Wii before we sit down again. Does anyone have anything they want to talk about right now? Anything that's burning on their tongue?
Well, Joe, we've talked like a lot about the development history and like some cursory thoughts on the game.
Yeah.
Do y'all have like early memories of this game? I was, raised as a Nintendrone, like my father before me, and I still didn't get around this game until like after Brawl was out. And from the sounds of it, I might be a little early to it compared to people, even though I was still 7 years after it came out.
Yeah. The Brawl time.
I never saw it.
That's about what it was for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it earlier when I got a Wii in middle school, but even then I knew about it since like elementary because that trailer on Luigi's Mansion, because it had a trailer for it on there, and I saw like a spot for it on TV once, and I always thought it was like the weirdest looking thing, but I didn't play it for like until middle school, and then when I did, I thought it was like the biggest brain shit ever.
Someone made. Oh wait, go ahead, Luke.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say like I had something similar happen where I forget when exactly I got a GameCube. It was definitely Christmas one year, and I got Luigi's Mansion short after, and I also was exposed to that Luigi's or the Pikmin trailer that's on there, and I watched it a lot, and it's like this is a weird looking game that I just have no access to whatsoever, so I could literally only like dream of like what the game even was like. So time flashes forward a little bit, and I'm a little more aware of the series, but not to the point where I can play it. I had seen a lot of the iconic like advertisement and imagery of Pikmin 2 in particular, and that's when like my interest was slightly more piqued for the series. But there was a little period of time where my closest connection to the series was through Smash with Olimar, and I hated Olimar in the game so much. And it just like inadvertently made me like way less interested in the series. I'm like, I hate his bitch ass. I want nothing to do with this stupid little series. Like, what is this? So then I grow up, and I'm relearning about it. I'm like, oh, this kind of looks pretty interesting. And when I finally got around to trying it, I'm like, oh, this is wonderful. Like,
he's kind of got that like love to lick adjacent appeal to him, in that he's like ugly as fuck. That just does not land to like an 8-year-old who's like, whoa, Martha's Amine.
I was playing Tulip this morning, and my youngest brother was watching, and he was like, they sound so funny. Like the way they speak in that game is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know if it's been talked about, but it's weird that Olimar, compared to like other like Miyamoto projects, he's like an actual character with like writing.
He has a wife, dude.
Not,
that's so crazy.
Nothing, but he's not like deep or nothing, but it is weird that he has like a personality and stuff, as opposed to
Nintendo's biggest wife guy.
Yeah, he is. He's a grill dad. He is.
I know this is very corny to say, but like, it is weird how much these games are about capitalism. Yeah. This is for the adult Nintendo fan, you know.
Also, like the love to lick. Actually, there's got to be some shared art history there. The weird diorama to attack capitalism with. There's got to be some Japanese cultural through line there.
Raph is saying in chat, is Smash why Ziad doesn't like Fire Emblem? I mean, first off, I wouldn't say I dislike Fire Emblem, but second, my dad actually played Marth in Brawl. But he was very bad.
Your dad's based.
But he was very bad, so yeah. We had this like strategy guide that rated the characters out of 10. I need to find photos of this. And
Marth was number 1.
I think Marth had the highest rating. I'm not sure. Like, I'm sure Marth is like not that bad in Brawl, but it's probably
he's actually pretty good. But yeah, it's Brawl. The hilarious thing is that Meta Knight had like a 6 out of 10. He dies kind of easily. 6 out of 10.
I think that's why my dad picked Marth, because like I was like, yeah, he's like the best character in the game. Like the strategy guy says so.
Your dad is. I know. I'm coming to Germany to hang with your dad.
Any more anecdotes from the 2000s? Maybe from anyone.
Yeah, I can't really think of anything.
It's okay if this bit's a little shorter, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess like maybe some of you'll have a similar experience to me where it's like yeah, you were kind of aware of it and it seemed like a big deal and critics loved it, right? But like nobody you cared about this game.
Yeah, that's nobody. Yeah, nobody I knew in real life gave a shit about Pikmin. I would look like an alien talking about Pikmin.
I'll say like, yeah, it's just like I kind of wish it had hit. I wish I'd had those sensibilities I have now back in the 2000s. Because like we just mentioned like some of the promo art for Pikmin 2 especially, and it's so insanely beautiful, like this clay kind of style.
Yeah, Pikmin 2 is like one of the best covers ever. It's like this cool like claymation looking thing.
Shame with the game. Yeah, I feel like there's sort of the sense that obviously over the years we saw Miyamoto kind of trying to make Pikmin a thing, right? Make it a bigger thing than it was. I think Pikmin was always relatively successful, but never to the degree that Miyamoto kind of envisioned it.
Yeah, it's niche by like first party Nintendo IP standards.
Yeah.
I first told my mom I wanted to be a game designer around the time the E3 happened, where I guess it would have been him revealing Pikmin 3. And he comes out on stage and he pulls it out of his pocket like it's the Nintendo Wii or something. And my mom still remembers it as him as the guy with the onion. And so, you know, his shilling for Pikmin worked in some small fashion.
So sick. Yeah, I think again going back to like sort of the vibe of the promo art, we're gonna talk about this more with the actual game, but there's such a kind of real like beautiful core to the series, like just this genuine love for nature and the environment around you that if I think about it now, that really speaks to me, and I wish this game happened sort of there earlier in my life. But yeah, that's just how it be sometimes. Okay, I think if nobody else has anything they wanna throw in, I'd be ready to wrap it up for today.
Sorry. A quick question. Just one quick question. Does anyone have a rough ballpark for actually how many units the original Pikmin sold?
Ooh, that's kind of difficult with like older games. Yeah.
I'll have to pull it up.
Yeah,
pull up Wikipedia.
Because
VG Charge gave me a 1.6.
I recently came across this tweet that says like Nintendo fans are all actually very delusional people. I mean, that's true, but also in this context, it means that they'll argue that their games were very influential and that everyone played them and they were critical darlings and they sold millions. And then it turns out that Banjo-Kazooie sold like half as much as Croc Legend of the Gobbos on PS1.
It is kind of the Nintendo YouTuber monopoly on culture.
Yeah.
The number I'm seeing everywhere right now, and that is getting sourced back into itself, so I cannot verify the accuracy of, is Pikmin 1 sold 1.6 million, and then 2 sold 1.12.
That's not quite a lot, really.
Yeah, it's definitely more back in the day, but like when you have games like, I keep bringing this up because it still blows my mind. You know, Nier Automata nowadays sells 6 million units. It's like, the size of the game industry has definitely ballooned, and also in that context, old game sales look worse, I guess.
Yeah, I think for a GameCube game, I mean the GameCube was capped at 20 million, I think, right?
Yeah,
1.6.
So like 5% of GameCube owners bought it, which is not bad.
Yeah, imagine if what would the number be? So like.
Pikmin, although the series outside of Pikmin 2, I'm sorry to interrupt, does consistently look to be on an uptrend with 3 Deluxe selling over 2 million, and then the mobile game doing well.
Yeah, that's the Switch effect, dude. The Switch,
like there's been like a big resurgence of Pikmin popularity with the recent HD versions and 4 coming out. Like people are like, it seems like it just more people are aware of it than they ever were before.
Yeah,
like I anticipate 4 will probably be the highest selling Pikmin game so far.
I feel like there's just a trend of franchises, Nintendo franchises that historically did not light the charts on fire, that then on Switch kind of had their biggest moments. Like, I think with Zelda, that was the case. With Metroid, that was the case.
Yeah.
The GameCube Zoomers finally have disposable incomes to play all these series they haven't played.
That's so fucking true. That's why I wouldn't be, if Prime 4 drops within this decade, I wouldn't be surprised if it like also does really well, for example. Yeah.
It probably will. There's like so much hype and how big the Switch is now, plus the hype. I think Metroid Prime 4 will sell crazy.
Nintendo, when are you gonna make another F-Zero? I've never played GX actually, but like.
Thank you, Zia.
Thank you. Can't be topped. Can't be topped.
I think this
It'll
is
be a big day for the fans of F-Zero. They'll get to play it for the first time.
Yeah, maybe someday.
The Switch is the I get to play it for the first time machine.
Yeah.
That's so it.
Yeah.
We're back.
Thank you.
Most of us have completed Pikmin by this point, and we've been dipping our toes into a bunch of other Pikmin games. It's been Pikmin Mania. And I'm most curious about our newcomers, how they felt about the first game at least. Hot Pocket, obviously by our first session, you'd already played it, but like that was, you know, your recent time with the game. That was your first time playing it. Do you have sort of a one sentence kind of hot take on it?
You want a hot take?
The Hot Pocket hot take.
Yeah, I mean it's enjoyable, but I think you can tell they sort of struggled to reinvent the format. Even if they don't call it an RTS,
Yeah.
they're struggling to reinvent the RTS format like within the control scheme, and I think it like kind of works and also kind of doesn't. It's a good game though. I liked it.
Yeah. I think it's sort of parts like the final area maybe that tell you, okay, they, because of how the game kind of works fundamentally, they just had to land on a different focus from what you would expect from an RTS, right? Like where it is more movement and sort of puzzly kind of focused. But we'll talk about that more as we go. Crank, you said like you were not that into it overall, right?
No, I did think that Pikmin was quite a frustrating and generally lackluster game overall, but not one that is soured me on the entire series. I feel like there is potential to be had, and I'd be willing to play the later titles to see where it goes. But overall, with Pikmin 1, I would say that I was generally a bit annoyed playing it.
You know, as a Pikmin liker, I can actually sort of understand that, yeah. Yeah, John, you were pretty positive on it, or you have been pretty positive on it so far, right?
Yeah, it was pretty much what Hot Pocket said. I think the pieces are kind of broken, but I'm impressed that it comes together. And like I enjoyed it overall by the end. Like when I finished it, I started up again and just wanted to see how fast I could get through it.
Yeah, in this sort
That's
of
how they get you.
Yeah, in this time period, I've also finished it twice, and it is hard not to want to do that kind of immediately with with the timeline and with how it's kind of set up. Ryan, you also are new to Pikmin, right?
Yeah, but right now I've only touched the first game.
Did you enjoy it overall, or?
Yeah, my one sentence review is a good game, but bad ending.
The final boss is like, it was pretty interesting. I guess we'll talk about that as we go. I have some thoughts about that. So personally, I tried to make an effort to play it both on GameCube and then Wii. Originally, I'd only played the Wii version, and even that was so long ago that I did not have any sort of set expectations for how it would kind of work. And I did find some interesting differences between the two. And Pang, I think you also had sort of similar sentiments, right? Where you would sort of expect the major change on the Wii is that you can move the aiming cursor independently from Olimar. So on GameCube, the setup is such that there's a certain threshold where there's this aiming cursor that is attached to your character, and there's a certain threshold where you can move it sort of vertically without moving your character, but generally it's always attached to the character and always pointing where you're going. Whereas on Wii, they're detached, and you can walk in one direction and aim somewhere else. And that is, on the surface, really freeing, but there are some interesting, weird considerations with that.
Yeah, it's funny. I literally just thought of this. I was like, oh yeah, Pikmin 1 aiming is like Lost Planet 1 aiming. I don't know why that came to me, but it's got the weird fucking bounding box, right? And Pikmin works because it's like centered on Olimar. That's such a weird comparison to make, but it sort of it works as long as you sort of like get a grasp for like what the limits of your bounding box is, right?
Yeah.
On the Wii, it's like you can just sort of say fuck it and throw them wherever, more or less. But what's a little strange about it is because the game is so built around the swarm controls and combat. You end up sort of like a lot of my strategy to swarm is that in the original, it's sort of like just sort of use a C stick, you push them towards the enemy. You might like wiggle around a little bit to like push them in there. For a lot of enemies on Wii, I would just like point at the enemy, press down to swarm, and then run around the enemy to make the Pikmin actually go in. It's very strange.
That's surreal.
It's not unplayable by any means. In fact, I mean, and I think Wii controls are probably a little easier to grasp overall. But it considering how like important swarm is to fast play, right? It does make the game feel a little bit odd at points.
Yeah. So to kind of break it down, swarm is basically this mechanic where you can tell your Pikmin blob to basically group itself in a certain direction around Olimar. So on GameCube, how far you push the C stick and then in what direction determines the direction of the Pikmin, and then also the shape of like the way they sort of align themselves, like how far they push out away from Olimar. Sounds maybe weird when I explain it like that, but like when you play it, it's really intuitive. Obviously on Wii though, there's no second analog stick, so the way they did it is that again, you have this cursor that's usually for aiming, and then you hold a different button to assign the swarm function to the cursor. And what that means is that you can't like on GameCube, you were able to aim in one direction and then swarm somewhere, like anywhere else basically. And on Wii, that is not possible. You're always aiming where you're swarming. You can still press both at the same time, but then I had very weird situations with the boss in the cave area, the spider kind of boss, for example, where on GameCube, I would sort of try to swarm away from its legs while aiming at the center. And that same strategy just does not... Well, it sort of kind of works on Wii, but like, it didn't feel nearly as intuitive. I think... Oh yeah, Peng, do you want to say?
I was just going to say, and I think this is probably something that we'll return back to for probably 99% of discussion is like how bad the AI is for the Pikmin, right? I think a lot of the differences in Swarm would be sort of unnoticeable if the Pikmin just actually went where you wanted them to go in either version. But it becomes really obvious on Wii because it's like it feels sort of sketchy because you're sort of like, oh, yeah, I'm pointing, run towards here, and then they'll come up with their own path and it's like try to be so clever, like, ooh, I came up with this weird swirly path to run towards, or like, I'm here, I'm not going to actually do anything or swarm the enemy or whatever, but I at least walked over.
You're so right, actually. Like, that was a distinct feeling I had that, like, on Wii, it felt weirdly more abrasive to me. It felt weirdly more noticeable just how janky some stuff was. Raph, I know we were talking about it before the show. Do you have like thoughts on that? You were saying that Wii is 99%. The Wii controls are 99% an advantage. Do you think maybe we're capping? Is it skill issue?
There's definitely some jank to it, but overall, it's mostly a flat improvement. You have more accurate aiming. You can still swarm. You can still do all the swarming tricks, like fast throwing and maneuvering them in weird directions. You can, I mean, the big advantage is that you can also do like long throws, right? There's a mechanic in the GameCube version where if you gain momentum and then throw a Pikmin, you throw them like twice as far as normal. Whereas in the Wii version, you don't need momentum at all. You just have extra range on your throws, which helps a lot with routing. Like you can just grab things way farther away.
Yeah, and there's some like sequence break stuff that you see in a lot of speedruns. Like I think the Wii version is like slightly more popular as a speed game because like some of the sequence break throws where it's in like the first level where you like long throw the yellow Pikmin over to this like paper bag to like, and you're not supposed to be able to move that bag until you have the blue Pikmin, but you can do it all in one day. And those sorts of like long throws are a lot easier to pull off in the Wii version. So I think there are some advantages to it.
Yeah, there's actually on the second level, there's actually I think a Wii specific exploit too, where like you can like long throw over a wall and start building something or breaking something down way before you're supposed to, because you just have long throws at all times. There's cool stuff to it.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. Yeah, I didn't super tap into that. I definitely could, I could imagine some scenarios where okay, maybe there's a bridge and then you can sort of jankily like maybe throw a yellow Pikmin behind it in a way, right? You see situations like that a healthy amount of times. I guess I'm curious about the Switch version. I have not played that at all because it's based on the Wii version. But obviously it uses a regular controller. Bjorn, I think your recent time with the game was on Switch, right?
Yeah, I replayed the GameCube version also, but mostly the Switch version. It is based on the Wii version, and I think from what I've heard, it's pretty close. Like even copying some of the sound issues apparently that the original Wii version had, but it plays similar to the GameCube version, where you still have the right stick if you play with the Pro controller or the Joy-Cons. I haven't tried to use because I hate playing with the Joy-Cons, especially if I play on the TV. I always use my Pro controller, so I haven't really looked into if they implemented some sort of Wii mode controls, but the game itself plays pretty close to the GameCube original. And I also like I know it's super jank, like how you use the control of the Pikmin with the right stick, but especially after looking at a lot of the speedruns, like seeing how optimized the movement can be, like when they go through an area full of enemies and trigger no one, because just the stick movement of keeping the Pikmin in like a straight line while they move Olimar around is like super satisfying. Like I'm pretty shit at trying to do this, but just pulling off, like just going over a bridge in this game without any of the non-blue Pikmin drowning is like an achievement if you have more than like 60-70 at once around you. Like the you already talked about this, but the pathfinding AI in this game is whoo,
it's non-existent. I feel like there is no pathfinding.
I mentioned this in chat because I just like with this game in particular, I cannot play it in like a normal way. Like I have to just restart until I like optimize my route. So I was trying to optimize it was the Forest Naval. I'm trying to it was basically the Daddy Longlegs boss, and then the Mushroom Mini boss, and then like the part all the way out in the water. I was trying to get all three of those at once in like one day, and I mentioned in chat that I only managed to do it with the final part coming in after the 0 on the countdown. And the reason why I was having so much trouble with it is because there's two little bridges you can make up to the ship in the center, right? And for whatever reason, like I think Raph mentioned this, but you can tell some of the paths are just sort of like hard coded in, right?
Yeah.
And they're like very strange paths. Ref's typing now. I know he's going to correct me on this, but for whatever reason, whenever those two like bridges are up, and I saw this on every single occasion I had like them drag it back to base, they would overshoot the bottom bridge like by a significant amount, and then just walk backwards and then get on the bridge. And it's like having to. I nearly gave up only because it's like I know this route works. It's just that the Pikmin AI is so fucking stupid that it's like I have to like play around it. It is really something else. It is astoundingly fucking monstrously stupid.
But Pang, have you considered that the AI being bad makes this game more experiential?
It's funny that you mentioned that. I've been like wrapping it around in my head, right? Because the way I enjoy this game, where it's like very reset heavy, very like trying to figure out like the most optimized way I can do the routing, is like it just completely kills the experiential factor. And then I have to contend with the fucking Pikmin. It's like, well, I can't view these as actual like real living things anymore because I constantly restart, and I'm not even thinking about the time limit because I'm going so much faster and all this stuff. And so then it's like, oh, I was talking to my friend about it earlier. He's like a big Pikmin fan. And he was like, oh, but they're just little guys. They're supposed to be sort of stupid, right? And it's like, yeah, but I'm trying to be good at this game. I'm trying to like, I would love to like, you know, and eventually I did work around it. But there comes a point where like after, I don't know, over 3.5 hours of attempts, it's like probably 3 or 4 of these would have been good if I didn't have to go back for Pikmin that got stuck on a rock, or fucking decided to start picking up grass, or that like randomly
they want to attack the flowers that aren't grown yet.
It's actually crazy that I was thinking about this as like sort of a bit like, oh, maybe it's actually a mechanic that you have to learn where all of the like the upgrade nectar spots are just to avoid them, so your Pikmin don't just randomly run into them.
I'm really glad that you said all this, because this is basically every single issue that I had with the Pikmin AI, was that they would frequently get stuck behind walls, or they would just run up to some nectar and decide to do that. It sort of reminds me of like escorting Dead Rising NPCs where they just stand around and cry, and you've got to recall them, and I feel like I'm some sort of Viet Cong officer just blowing a whistle like, Mao, did he Mao? Come on!
See, I was like, oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, no, Alan, go ahead.
It's funny that Pang is talking about like all these issues he had because of the way he played it. I like Pikmin is kind of, the original game has kind of become like there's like memes about how easy it is to beat the time limit. So I intentionally just kind of played like a slow, relaxed pace, like a 7-year-old playing this game who doesn't even acknowledge the time limit exists. Like I would intentionally fight like almost all the enemies, grow tons of extra Pikmin, and I had a blast and still beat the game with like a couple days to spare. And I gotta say, the Pikmin AI really did add that experiential element to it. I probably said the word goobers like 6,000 times while playing the game.
Oh my. So I was. Oh yeah, the hang on.
I was just gonna say, like in my original review, it was like that was a big thing I talked about, because when I first played this game, I was so anxious over the time limit that I was constantly resetting, and what it sort of took for me to like grasp of the game is just to chill out and like, okay, I can lose Pikmin here and there. I can, so sometimes it's good to lose Pikmin. Sometimes it's good to, throw some Pikmin away as a bait, that kind of shit. And I think the first time I beat it, it was like 26 days or something. It was like that was comfy when I sort of like, like just let the game take its course. But then it's sort of like it bites you in the ass when you come back. It's like, okay, time to get like good at this game, because then it's like you actually have to contend with the annoyances. It really does work in some ways. I don't want to say it works better as an experiential game, because I don't think that's true. It's more like it works better when you're not taking it like too seriously. It becomes a very serious grind if you want to actually invest the time and sort of learning the ins and outs of the. It's like Cranky was saying. It's basically a gigantic escort mission, because the actual Go ahead.
I find it similar to other like earlier GameCube Nintendo games, where it's like if you go the hardcore speedrun route, you have to learn to deal with bullshit you normally don't even think about really, or if it's kind of annoying, it's just okay, whatever. Watching Luigi's Mansion speedruns and then seeing how they try to optimize every single ghost capture and optimal stick placement in every area, and it's kind of fun to like do that, but if you really want to go at it and try to beat your own time, it can kind of get infuriating. Mostly, I think because all of these ideas weren't really finished and got kind of optimized in the sequels, and I'm still so salty about. I know that Pikmin 4 apparently has like an additional mode you can unlock where it still has a normal time limit or so I'm looking forward to that. But seeing like how the actual Pikmin AI and the combat and the controls got better in each subsequent game, but they took out the time limit aspect. It's just improve this area, but also keep the time limit, please.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna.
That's really unfortunate.
Oh, sorry, Evan. Do you want?
No, I mean, the biggest problem I have with Pikmin 1, which I mean, I do like the game quite a bit, but the biggest problem is just like it's the same thing with Dead Rising 1, where it's like this game would be really fun to optimize if the AI wasn't that god awful, you know? Like if it just behaved, then this could be an amazing game to go back to over and over. It's still a fun game to play, but trying to play it like really optimal, it's just like I can't fucking take this dumbass AI, man. Like it's so bad. It's just like it's not. I guess it's not Dead Rising 1 bad, but I mean that's a really hard one to top in terms of bad AI. So I don't know, but it's really frustrating how both this and Dead Rising actually how they like the AI got better in the later games, you know, maybe to a fault to some extent, like maybe too good, but like then they would, you know, they just get rid of the timer, you know, and it's just like, why would you do this? You had it, but I don't know.
No, this is where we introduce the thematic elements of Pikmin, and the rat race of capitalism, etc., etc. You're not supposed to want to optimize it. Optimizing is all so you just enjoy being a goober. That's life.
So I think
transcendentalism.
Obviously, when I first brought up the whole experiential thing, I was being a shitter, right? Clearly. I do think, like, yeah, it is really fair to criticize the game on the grounds that we do, because it does really invite that. It is the idea of playing it as this arcade-pilled fucking game is really fun. And
there's a leaderboard in the game.
Exactly,
so,
yeah.
You know, they want you to take it seriously to some extent.
Yeah, and we're gonna talk more about why it's fun, right? But like, so much of it is fun in that way that the fact that it doesn't clear that last little hurdle is like a little bit frustrating. We're gonna talk about the other Pikmin games, of course, when we sit down again. I mean, I know that in Pikmin 3 and 4, the swarm mechanic was axed, so that's kind of a bummer, right? That level of sort of precision control was not really there anymore. I guess one more little take that I had, dude, with the grass, with the nectar, I was low-key kind of gaslighting myself, because like I kept seeing my Pikmin stop and would get really annoyed and was like, wait a minute, maybe this is actually what's supposed to happen. Maybe I'm supposed to do this. Like maybe it's good to stop and take in the fucking nectar. It's probably not the case, but
that's what I did. All my little guys.
Drink my sons.
I don't know if we're going to get into that quite yet, but I definitely have some takes about like the nectar. I guess some of the annoyances in general, but like annoyances in parentheses, good actually. Like the nectar in particular, something I found. I don't know how much y'all focus on that, but just keeping it, perhaps on my side friendly. Keeping an eye on your Pikmin and like their level in particular, like really smooths out the experience quite a bit. I feel like, don't quote me on that they trip less if they have a full flower, but it feels like maybe that's the case. But
I don't feel that at all, honestly.
You don't? Okay, I haven't played the game a little bit.
Sakurai played too much Pikmin when he made Brawl. That was my hot take.
So true. Yeah, that was one thing. I didn't get to replay the game for this cast. That was one thing I wasn't sure of, but it just seemed like that would be part of it. But at the very least, like taking that time initially, like when you first get the Pikmin, to like stop and get nectar means that later on it's way less of an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Like having them trail at your same speed not only makes it way easier to keep track of them, but makes all of your other interactions a lot faster, like in combat or how they act or whatever. And what I've kind of found is like, at least on my playthroughs, so like at this point I'll average like 15 days on a playthrough, like not quite optimal yet, but I generally have a pretty good grasp of like the layouts and where everything is. So that extra time, well, I end up having more extra time to like kind of keep track of the Pikmin and how they're doing. So instead of being so annoyed, like, oh my god, this guy is like stuck on this, you know, piece of geometry somewhere, I generally have a little bit more buffer time to like, you know, like nudge them along or keep them going. And sometimes it's like, oh, you know, there's like two guys like stuck on the other end of the map. Whatever, man, you know. But it's this weird thing where obviously the system does have like quirks, to put it nicely, I suppose. But I still feel like generally incentivized to like at least like push a little bit more and like, you know, stay on top of things, because I feel like not only do I think optimizing is like part of the name of the game, but I generally really enjoy like the almost like passive nature that the game kind of takes at some point. Like, especially at high level, you'll see they're kind of doing stuff most of the time, like whether it's like setting Pikmin up on one quarter to do this or prepping to do something elsewhere. But you do have like little moments of like things happening for you. And I didn't think that would be something I would enjoy going into the game. Like, oh, just like waiting for things to get done. But it's just that little thing of like, oh, how much can I squeeze in at once? Or like those moments of like, oh, it's almost sundown. And I'm trying to mentally keep track of like, okay, what things are being done right now? Can I leave these guys to go on their own? And even down to little details, like the fact that Pikmin, even if they're on their own, if they're at base, they're safe. So there's little things I can keep in mind, like, oh, will they even make it there in time? And these like little decisions you have to make while being like passively playing, so to speak, is like something I have really, really enjoyed in my time with the game. But maybe I'll be a little more annoyed with like some of the AI quirks if I like really start to push it. Because I mentioned before, but I haven't really sat down and like reset levels like every time I make a mistake, or really tried to like find the exact pathfinding on everything. Like I've generally played like somewhere in between like casually playing and trying to push a time or whatever. Like I don't really know like the best strategies for certain levels, and I don't know the exact routes for everything. So maybe certain things will be more frustrating later on, like I said, but generally, at least at this like middle section I'm at, in terms of like, I don't want to say skill, but like, I guess the energy I'm putting into the game, like it's just all around been very pleasant.
That's exactly where I'm at, yeah.
Pang actually posted the graph.
You gotta put this in the video, dude. It's so funny. You're talking about the... So my bad. If you could post the DeviantArt map, I just posted in the chat in the video. I did post the you're talking about the like the little
levels
like,
of enjoyment.
Yeah, this game I was, because I've always like struggled with like understanding like how to critique the time limit of this game. Because it's sort of a
takes, but we'll get there.
Oh yeah, like if we can like I guess like transition into that. Like basically what I put together is, because I like I mentioned earlier, like this game made me very anxious when I first played it. Because you have this time limit that you have 30 days in-game days to beat the game. And if you beat it in less than that, or sorry, if you beat it in less than that, you get like best ending. You have to get all the items. If you get 25 of the required items, you can get sort of like a decent ending. And then if you don't get the 25 required items by the last day, then all the Pikmin die or whatever. It's like a sad ending or whatever. And it's a little there's like time limit, you know, mechanics in a lot of games. It's strange in this game because it is like not like a super long game, but it's probably like, you know, 6 to 8 hours on a first playthrough, right? And because you don't know what's ahead of you, it's very hard to like budget your time accordingly. especially since there's like there's areas you won't see until the second half of the game, so it's hard to like get a mental map for how and like a schedule for how it works. And that's sort of required experientially because the reason there's a time limit is because he has like 30 days of oxygen, right? Or else he'll die, and he's like Alamar's on like stranded on this planet. He doesn't know what's in the wilderness. He just knows he has 30 days. So experientially, it's like necessary for that to be how the mechanic works. I think a lot of people criticize this game who are like not willing to learn it because it just makes them so anxious, or even people who like sort of push through and like understand the time limit. And basically what I put forward is like I think the time limit works best when you're like a experienced player. You sit down, or not fully experienced, but like intermediate, like getting a grasp on the game. You sit down, you figure out how to balance, like budget it within the 30 days, and then you go for it. And that gives you time to like avoid all the shitty weird Pikmin AI, because you don't have to be super tight on your routing. You still it gives you like a very firm limit on like, we expect you to be this good at the game and actually clear it, right? I think for that it's very positive. I don't think the time limit works well for like beginners. For one, because the 25 required items are not telegraphed very well. They got like there's some items that are obviously not necessary, but some of them are like they got like too cutesy with all of like the item descriptions. So a bunch of them like Alamar can't describe what they do, or they sound stupid, but then they're actually required. It's just that he's a dumbass, right? And then I think like, if there was a little,
I mean, even though you get the description of the item, right? Like that, even like you don't get it unless you get to the item first, and at that point, it's like, doesn't even matter.
It's basically like really, to me, the wiggle room is like if you don't beat the final boss by the 30th day, then it'll still let you win as long as you collected everything else, right? Which I think that's fair. But it's still pretty firm, and it's like sort of some weird like hidden information from the player that isn't like very beginner friendly. And then the other end is like where I'm playing now, where I'm like trying to do this like mega routing, right? Or even not like speedrun routing, but just like really trying to route out stuff. The time limit doesn't fucking matter at all. Like I don't think about, I'm trying to get under 15 days. I don't care about 30, like I do think it's cool that they went the extra step in trying to make players like actually sit down and do the routing, because I'm as sure as we'll get into more after this like little section, the routing elements in this game are phenomenal and very, very flexible. But I wish, and we'll talk about this more when we talk about the later games. I wish there was more of an incentive to like have like something like the Pikmin 3 fruit system, where you actually have some choices on how to route the fruit in order to like just have just enough time in order to do everything. In comparison to this, where it's like not really a big deal once you know how to exceed the 30 day or get under the 30 days, it's like not that big of a deal. So that was basically the chart stuff that Alan was talking about.
Yeah, I think that just knowing that you have the 25 or 30 parts, like 30 parts, 30 days. So even on a first time playthrough, when you don't know how many areas there are or how tough it's going to get, just knowing that you're on pace, like, okay, I have played 5 days and I have 5 or 6 parts, so knowing, okay, I'm on pace, I'm a little bit above or I'm a little bit below. Like I especially like the earlier parts or early areas have so many parts like kind of crammed together that it's pretty easy to get a head start pretty early on, so that on the like 7th or 8th day you have around 10 to 12 parts. I feel like that would be like a normal threshold for a beginner player even, and just seeing that number I think correlates to you like even on a subconscious level knowing, okay, I can do this, like this isn't some insurmountable task, I can probably get through this. I do agree with the complaint about knowing which part is required. I think just having any 25 would be a better approach, like no matter which parts you actually pick up. but also like the time limit itself, like, yeah, it doesn't matter anymore in the overall grand scheme, but still having the overall time limit, I feel like makes the a cycle worth it, because in like Pikmin 2 or Pikmin 3 did it better with the fruit system, but like Pikmin 2 and even Pikmin 4 now, like having a time limit on the day doesn't feel that necessary. Like, okay, I have like 15 minutes, I think, is a day or so. So most of the time, if I feel like, oh, I only have 5 minutes left, can I do something important right now? Not really. Just let's end the day and restart a new one, because who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. But in the first Pikmin, or even like the Pikmin 3 with the fruit, you always feel like you kind of have to, or it's valuable to spend even like, okay, I have 20 seconds left. What can I do? How can I optimize even this part of the game? And I feel like the overall time limit, even on subsequent playthroughs, makes the day like the time limit in the days worth more compared to like the second or the fourth game.
See, for my short experience with Pikmin 2, we're not going to talk about it too much here, but like, I'm sort of curious how the existence of the 30-day limits in the first place affects the design around it. Like, maybe, like, obviously y'all are correct in saying that, okay, the routing and the time limit, or the routing being so good in this game doesn't necessarily relate to the existence of the time limit, right? Like, those two things are not necessarily endemic to each other. But then you might think, okay, maybe there was just no desire or will from the designers to put effort into this aspect when players can, you know, take their time with everything anyway. Because that's what I really felt in Pikmin 2, that everything was sort of stacked very linearly, and there were very few opportunities to even multitask or to even split your attention between things. Or then, you know, you have Pikmin 4, which so far I think is a great game, but it made me curious, okay, like, would it even have this kind of leisurely pacing and all these caves and all these side activities if it were designed with a 30-day limit or something in mind instead? And again, I guess there, you know, in an ideal world, there is a way to sort of meet in the middle there somehow, but I'm sort of skeptical that ever really happens in the series, you know.
I think your observation about like the time limit kind of informing the design around the game itself is like definitely that definitely has grounds. I think, like, I know Nintendo generally will design mechanics first and then write narrative around it, but something I really like about the time limit is like kind of how, and I know it's like kind of a joke to be like, oh, I love how the story is tied into all of this, but genuinely, like, I think as a complete package, like, the time limit not only like pushing you in gameplay, which I'll get into, but also just like how it feeds directly into the story, like, I really appreciate. I really love how the story kind of being like not necessarily bleak, but a little more like, I don't know, the story itself feels like it has a bit of pressure, and
it's very
the time limit, yeah, like urgency is kind of like the big term there, and the time limit just enforces that. So I like this little like feeling of, just because of the nature of the time limit and why it's there, you almost like instinctually feel like you have to be pushed a little bit. And I think that's partially why, like, at least low level players, or that sounds mean, but like beginner players, so to speak, like, they feel this like intense anxiety, like, oh my god, I really have to like push myself for this. And I'm sure there's like more specific studies on this, but like, it's been shown, like, people even doing like easy tasks under the gaze of a time limit, like, they will be less productive and more like flustered by it. And I think in the case of Pikmin, that actually works in its favor. Like, I know we were talking about how like it doesn't really do much for like beginner players, but I think that that initial like anxiety about the game is like really valuable for early play. And even though the time limit does not directly tie into like mid to high level play quite as much. I do like that it's there, partially just because of like the context behind it and like how it ties in the story and whatnot. Because like I think even if the game was like pretty similarly designed, but you strip out like the day limit, the energy around the game would change a lot. Like I think a big reason why people feel motivated to push the game to begin with is because it has like a strict, well, it's strict in terms of like it's limited, but like because it has a limited day system. And there is like the distinction between like the day limit and the time limit, because they are kind of like two separate sides of the same coin. But oh no, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, I'd say the day time limit is arguably like a lot more important in terms of like the flow of the game. Like those last minute decisions you have to make in a day. Like, okay, how much time do I have to, make so and so? Like I think Bjorn had mentioned like more specific examples of like, oh, do I even have enough time to do this thing? And I think those little mini decisions have less weight if there isn't like a concrete day system. So even on like a really small level, I think just like it existing does amplify like the micro like experience of the game quite a bit.
Yeah, and I guess sorry. I can just gonna finish this point real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like at any point you could just decide, okay, I'm gonna play it like Pikmin 1, right? I'm gonna try to get my day counts as low as possible in 2 or 3 or even 4. But again, it just doesn't feel like those games are really that like they sued themselves for that. I haven't played them enough to really say this with confidence, but yeah, they're if you start with this kind of impetus in your design, I do feel like that has pretty huge knock-on effects on the rest of the game.
Mm-hmm.
What I was gonna say is, because I do like the idea of like, I think they built it around this time limit, and then like their level designs reflect that, because y'all are absolutely right. Like in terms of how the level designs work in 2 and 3, you don't really get the same. There's not really the same emphasis on like decision making in terms of choosing one route or one set of options over another, right? Because in Pikmin 2 especially, you're sort of expected. Oh my fucking god! Did y'all just hear that?
Oh, you're good.
Just fucking hot rod people outside my house. All right. Pikmin 1 to me, like the most defining aspect of its level design really comes from like how the gates work. Both the ones you just have to like throw Pikmin at and they tear down eventually, and then the bomb rock ones, because everything is very smartly set up where your base is in sort of a central location, right, in each of the 3 major maps. And then there's various sets of gates that lead to it. This is really apparent, especially in Forest Naval, where you don't really necessarily have time to like take down every single gate. And you actually have to sit and choose like, okay, which ones are like essential for me on each of these given days to actually have like deconstructed, so I can actually move Pikmin through those gates and eventually move objects, right? And which ones are like not essential? Can I like push them off till the end when I have some like free time? Like which kind of Pikmin do I want to allocate to each gate? Where are the bomb rocks and relative to the stone gates that need bombs? And do I want to use bomb rocks on the regular gates in order to destruct them faster, while also potentially wasting those bomb rocks in the process? That's something that Pikmin, I don't think, ever really captured after that. Like, and we'll discuss it more with 3. 3 has a really strong emphasis on like simultaneous multitasking, which I think is not necessarily handled better than 1, but at least it's handled in a very interesting way, and that is provoked by its fruit system in such a way that I think it sort of becomes similar to 1. But even then, it's like the level design is still very much like you'll have these different like tendrils of level design that each have like their own like sequence. It's like puzzle corridors almost, right? And then you want to like send each captain along each corridor that they're solving each individual puzzle, and that you're switching between them rapidly in order to like make sure none of them are ever idle, right? I think that's interesting in its own way, but it's not necessarily as captivating as Pikmin 1, at least abstractly, ignoring all the stupid escort bullshit, right? When you get down to Pikmin 1, it actually like on my most recent one, on every single level, the first day I'll just sit and I'll walk around and I'll sort of just look at all the pathways and make myself a mental map as like what would be most convenient for all these different options. And then reset to the beginning of the day and then start actually trying to figure out like, okay, what's my route for day one? What's my route for day two, et cetera, et cetera. There's nothing like that in the later games. And that's something, even when the actual like minute-to-minute playing of Pikmin 1 sort of aggravates me, that's what really sells this game, is like, oh, this is something special, even with all of its warts. Like, yeah, I wish there's like a version of this game where I could just sit down and like draw my routes and then just have it do it on its own, so I don't have to fucking play it. But I really do like that. Like, I think that like it's inextricable from the time limit. I think you're absolutely right that the design of the time limit absolutely reflects the level design in that way.
It would be crazy. This is a very quick injection. It'd be crazy if there was a control scheme on a platform that let you like queue up orders easily and like move around the map efficiently and things like that. That'll be really interesting. That's
so fucking true.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I think the thing you're talking about doesn't play video games. I think it's just for XL.
It's for crashing and overheating.
I'm curious if y'all have there was talk about this time limit stuff reminded me of that old XCOM thing where like players I was at XCOM 2 or something. I haven't played these games. They added time limits to missions to disincentivize like passive play, and tons of people hated it, and the mod to patch out the time limits was like the most downloaded mod. I'm curious, like things like time limits and permadeath and stuff that like intimidates players on the face of it. I often see people talk about like maybe working those things into your design in ways that are less abrasive. But do y'all think a Pikmin that maybe is as strict as Pikmin 1, for strict in quotes there, but like is less pressuring? Do y'all think that would be something better for the game, or do y'all think that the value is the pressure?
I mean, I don't think this should come as a surprise for anyone who's talked to me, but I think the value is certainly in the pressure. Like, I've kind of like theory crafted a version of Pikmin 1 where like the time limit is just stripped out, and I do think it's like less substantial. And I know there's like a lot of people who just can't like interface with like just the idea of a time limit, which is like, I totally understand. But I guess it kind of gets into what I was talking about before, where like, for me, I guess the time limit amplifies it, and that's clearly, I hate to go into like, oh, what the developers intended, but there's very clearly like a through line between like putting in the time limit and wanting you to feel like kind of stressed about the experience. So even though I guess the later games do go for like a slightly different emotion, and that's totally cool, but I wouldn't want this specific game to be any other way, I feel.
Mm-hmm. I'm sort of curious how the night missions work in Pikmin 4, because I haven't gotten to those yet, because I initially thought, oh, maybe you can just stay out at night. It's just way more dangerous, and there's like specific incentives to doing that. I think that's not actually how it works, right? But
would you like me to say what they are, more or less?
Maybe we'll talk about like next time we sit down. Yeah, but
okay.
Yeah. It's just like that. I feel like, because I totally get what you mean, Alan. I think sometimes there are ways to sort of flip mechanics and like make them compelling in a different way, and then also take out the stress. I actually had this kind of situation in my first semester of college. I'm a game design student, and we were sort of conceptualizing this 4-player brawler. And one of our designers, he had this idea of like having like a save zone. So you have specific moments in the match where, okay, this one circle in the arena becomes a save zone, and then everything else is hazardous, and you just get bombed, right? And the objective of the game is to get money, right? And I was like thinking, maybe we can flip this mechanic around in a way that's sort of less annoying. And I thought, okay, maybe instead of having a safe zone and then the rest is hazardous, we flip it and say the circle in this zone you just get extra money, right? Instead of being hurt in the outside of the zone. Sorry, I'm English bad. Yeah. And it's just like that felt like, okay, we're still incentivizing players to do the specific thing, to like go to the specific area, and to have this like really crowded, chaotic experience there, but without this feeling of like just necessarily forcing you to go there, or
positive versus negative reinforcement.
Exactly. Yeah. And yeah, usually, I mean, I think, how I just implied, like, I was the one who suggested that idea, and then we went with that. Like, I'm generally a fan of that kind of thing. I just think in Pikmin's specific case, like, that dynamic works for me so well that, personally, I wouldn't change it, but...
I was thinking this when I was playing Pikmin 1, but in traditional RTS games, it's because it's more like a skirmish between one-on-one. I haven't played XCOM, so I'm not sure how that works specifically, but when you're playing against either an AI or another player in an RTS, the incentive to not just like sit back and base build is that at any point the enemy could just come through with a Zerg rush or something like that. Like, I used to play a lot of Dawn of War, so it was like, oh, congratulations, you built your support portal, that's fantastic. I've just run through your base with 2 squads of Space Marines. Like, how good was that? So what I assumed when I played it was that the time limit was there to stop me from just like maxing 500 Pikmin and just strolling through the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in that way, that kind of is the function the function it serves, but it disincentivizes playing passively in that way, but more as a consequence than really the intent, it feels like. Although I think even at this point, RTSs were pretty, like, they famously had an issue with turtling. Yeah.
Sort of. That's why like strategies like developed to sort of counter people turtling. But I kind of enjoyed the time limit just for the fact that, like, if I wanted to put the effort in to make a bunch of Pikmin or to spend that time, building my little army, that it was an investment and it took away from time that I could be using, to actually finish my objective.
Yeah.
So I quite liked it. As a mechanic, I thought it was quite, intense, but it wasn't too intense.
Yeah, the impact site stage feels like the dedicated grind area, kind of. And that kind of thing would not have any purpose in a game like Pikmin 2, right? I distinctly remember thinking that, like, this feels like an interesting decision that I'm doing that, and I still have some kind of pressure to actually grind well, right? To get as many Pikmin in this one go as I can. Whereas that would never happen in any other game.
This is a little thing about the impact site, but I also really love how it's like a required level for later. Like, it has ship parts on it.
Yeah.
So not only is it like the dedicated grinding spot, so to speak, but if you're like trying to route, whether it's like on the fly or otherwise, there's this thought in the back of your head for the entire playthrough, like, okay, when is the best time to go to the impact site? And like, I feel like that's like one of the choices throughout the game that like is the most exciting across like my couple playthroughs I've had, where it's like, oh, I wonder what the best time to go to the impact site is, because like there's no, in terms of like getting a best time, there's no reason to go there more than once. So it's like, all right, I better make that trip count. And I think about like the little choices with the time limit, like the nectar I mentioned earlier. Like, there's never a reason on paper to not have like fully flowered up Pikmin, because they're just better in every single way. But it's a case of, do you want to spend the time to grind for them? And I really like how it's like, obviously they're clearly better, like especially if you look side by side, but it's like enough of like a, I don't want to say a small difference, but the type of difference it makes is where you kind of have to question whether it's worth it in the moment to like level them up or not. Because it's like, well, they can still work without it, but just that little extra time could make things easier later on. And I like how like fuzzy of a decision it actually is. Like, they're not so much more powerful to where it's like, well, of course you should always take that extra time. And like, from what I played of Pikmin 2, and not to get into it too much, I have not finished that game, but the sprays seem like kind of the nightmare version of that, where there actually is never a reason to not like just take the time to like stock up on it. But that also is partially due to like the lack of a dedicated time limit, and that's like a whole thing in and of itself. But
Hot Pocket wants to defend Pikmin 2. He says, "Can I defend Pikmin 2 in chat?"
This well, I don't. Pikmin 2 is kind of a bad game, but I do think the relationship with this game and combat is extremely strange. I don't understand. It feels like they never really figured out what they wanted to do with it. Because you would actually think that combat would be more important because you're so limited on the camera control you can do, because you have to always be looking at Olimar. Yeah. So it makes sense. Oh, well, we'll have some somewhat in-depth combat that involves a lot of positioning and things like that, which you see in RTSs, I mean, like skill shots and like activated abilities are very common in RTS, right? Pikmin, I think, really has pretty bad enemies. And like Pikmin 2, for all its faults, does actually try to improve a lot of that stuff. And I think it does make a pretty meaningful difference when you're engaging with that there is it is a lot more interesting on like a moment-to-moment basis when you're fighting the enemies, like what you're doing. And I think it's very strange that they didn't do that for Pikmin 1 or even really try. The bosses are extremely bad in Pikmin 1.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, the enemies in Pikmin 1 feel like the most cute Nintendo part of it, right? Like, you can tell they're sort of like, okay, we're going to have a little puzzle associated with each one. It's going to have a little way to beat it. And then, but the way they handle that is almost always like, you either build up enough Pikmin and you just fucking swarm them, and then they can't do anything. Or you have to do this, like, it's either 3 or 4 second loop where like the Wollywogs or whatever, like the non-racist version of their name is. I actually do not know what it is. It's like
it's Wollyhogs.
Just say the racist
okay.
one.
Yeah, it's very it's much
I'm allowed to. Yeah, Wollywog, it does sound great, but anyway, like they do this. Like obviously, I think a lot of people would count them as like the most annoying ones in the game, and they do have a way you can just sort of stun lock them, which defeats the point. But then if you're not stun locking them, then you have to do this little like, okay, I swarm them, and then if they don't get stun locked, they'll jump back up, and then I call my Pikmin back, and then they fall, and then I swarm them again, and it's like. I felt like they thought this was like, oh, okay, there's a little like gimmick to it. And they probably sort of expected you to like actually throw the Pikmin on top or whatever. There's like they can attack them in the air and all that shit, but it's like they didn't really balance in a way where that's like necessary. And this sort of gets into my like frustrations with actually playing the game and like replaying to like optimize a route. Is that the actual gameplay is you're just sitting there and fucking like doing this annoying ass like 3 or 4 second loop. And even the bosses are like this. The Daddy Longlegs boss is literally the same thing. You just stand under him and you throw your yellows at his little node in the middle, and then he throws them off and you catch him again. I think honestly, really most enemies are just you hit them with a bunch of Pikmin and they throw them off, and you call them again and throw them back. It's not really that engaging, and it's especially it goes from sort of tedious to like actively annoying when the Pikmin won't respond to your shit. Like to have time losses because they didn't swarm correctly, or like or because they didn't like land quite where you wanted them to, and then they're like not on top of the enemy or whatever. It's like, oh my god, it just can I focus on the routing, please? Why am I having to engage with this bullshit?
Yeah, the combat is not particularly exciting on its own, and it barely is like it's barely a core part of the experience in terms of value as is, like with everything else. But I think it kind of works just like as a part of like doing it in between your other actions and like trying to get through it as quickly as possible. Like the bosses kind of showcase that like actually sitting down and actively doing combat usually isn't exciting. Like everyone makes fun of the final boss, and it's like maybe not a great boss. I think not to be like, oh well, it's funny, so it's okay, but it definitely shows off like in the whole game. Like, yeah, these like dedicated moments of combat aren't the best, though. I will say I prefer the Pikmin 1 approach of like occasionally having like arguably misguided bosses compared to like I guess the opposite, which is like a game kind of focused on the combat portion, which is like from what I can tell what Pikmin 2 kind of like turns into, though maybe that's more of a tell of like, hey, maybe combat focused Pikmin it like was not a great idea to begin with. It's like I think it's like a tertiary supplement to the game, like in between other elements. Like I never sit down and think like, the combat is really like a welcoming part of the experience, because it's not. But
the final bosses. Sorry. Heather, sorry.
Yeah, for me, the whole purpose of combat in Pikmin 1 is just, it's sort of like a JRPG approach to combat, where it's not intrinsically interesting. It's just there to like drain your resources a little bit and sort of rethink, and sort of force you to rethink. Like if you lose like 30 Pikmin in an attack, it's like, okay, well shit, how am I gonna, like, now I have to adjust my route accordingly. And like if enemies, and like combat is still pretty easy to like solve, right? But if the game was just like, because the bulk of the game is like getting your ship parts and like figuring out how to route effectively, and like if combat was like, it didn't exist at all, the game would be so easy to just solve. And for me, combat is just it just exists to like throw a little bit of a wrench and like force you to rethink your routing. And like 2 was like much more combat focused, and it's like much more on like building like intrinsically interesting enemy types. And like there's a ton of instances in 2 where like you will just lose your entire squad of Pikmin in one attack, and it's so fucking brutal. But I think and then that wouldn't work at like having enemies like 2 where your whole squad gets wiped by one attack. Like that would not fly in 1, because it has the hard time limit. Right. And I think, Pikmin 2 is only able to be as like brutal as it is because it has infinite time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. The whole like rerouting on the fly thing. Like I mentioned how I'm not quite at a point where I'm trying to like reset every single day to like optimize exactly. So some of the most exciting parts of like my more recent playthroughs have been like where things do kind of fall apart a little bit, and then I have to think like a few days out or like a little bit forward in a day and think, shit, how am I gonna like work around this? You know what I mean? And maybe that goes away a little bit if you're like so optimized at the game that you just have a route. But I do like you mentioned, it's like to drain your resources and like force you to like look at future encounters a little bit differently.
Yeah, I guess my take on the comment is that I totally agree with what Heather said. I think honestly for me it didn't really need to be more interesting than it is. It just needs to be a little more consistent. Like if it didn't have all those little AI annoyances, I think I'd be a happy camper. I gotta talk about the final boss. Like that shit is hilarious. I mean, they clearly set him up for you to throw bombs in his mouth. And then that stuns him, and then you can swarm him with a red Pikmin. I think that's supposed to be the idea. But, I mean, on GameCube especially, where you don't have a dedicated way to switch between Pikmin colors, that shit is a nightmare. Because, like, timing the bomb throw and then getting the red ones, in the exact window when he's stunned, feels impossible. What is way easier to do is just throw the red ones at his face and just go in a circle.
So,
yeah.
Sorry, continue. I want to add on to that. But...
I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, so I should clarify. I should have done my research and played the Wii version, but the big change that everyone talks about is the difference for bombs, and we haven't brought that up in the game yet with the control scheme. But I think in that fight in particular, that could potentially like really change the flow of it. So like. For clarification, in the original game, if you throw a Pikmin, if you throw a Pikmin with a bomb, it kind of lands on the AI to like kind of decide, okay, I'm going to walk up and throw the bomb and go back.
Yeah.
Alternatively, if they're kind of disconnected from you in some way, like say you disband them or they detach in some way, if you call your whistle, that forces them to drop the bomb and come back to you, which for a lot of people, they find it to be like really frustrating to accidentally kill their squad. And I don't know if that was just like a mistake in the GameCube version or if people even complained about that back in the day, because they changed that in the Wii version. Now, the only way for the Pikmin to actively throw bombs, as far as I can tell, is that you have to throw them and let them throw the bomb. So it's something you can do in the GameCube version of like throwing like letting a Pikmin like sit if you like to span them, and then kind of using them as like putting the bombs where you want and then calling them to drop them, you can't do that anymore. So in the final boss, something I would do quite a lot is like specifically put the yellow Pikmin where I want them to be anyway. So I'd imagine like that strat, you can't really do that anymore on the Wii version, like just disbanding them and then actively calling them back. So I'd imagine that would make like having to switch between yellows and reds even more frustrating in that context. And that obviously has like knock-on effects like in other areas of the game as well. Like there's plenty of bomb puzzles where people have complained about like calling them back and killing their entire squad for it. So I should play the Wii version eventually to like see how that plays out in the full thing. But personally, like at least on paper, I prefer how it sounds in the GameCube version. But like a control scheme where you could do both would probably be like ideal. But
yeah,
I don't know. Hindsight's 2020, I suppose.
I mean, on my Wii attempt, I didn't even try to do the bomb strat. I just like, I just did the face strat, and I was like, yeah, it took forever, but like it was safe and like easy and stupid, and it was like,
And another little thing you can do. I guess the number of bombs the final boss like consumes, like it makes it get stunned longer, so you can just have it consume like every single bomb at once and like suicide that entire yellow squad of Pikmin, and then even more easily just swarm him with reds and just train like what's the light bar. Like there's a clip I'll have to pull up. Maybe it'll make its way into the edit of the podcast.
Like
but,
that's the thing. I've seen people do this, right? I was like really curious. Okay, what is the real way to do this? And like that does look kind of cool, but it just felt so fucking finicky. With I mean, again, skill issue, but.
It's a finicky final boss if you how to put a term on it. Nuking Emperor Bullblacks and killing him in less than 26 seconds is the is the iconic.
I think I do see the appeal of like being able to drop bombs wherever you want, but like in practice, like just wanting to whistle the bomb Pikmin to yourself, that's such a freaking thing that change in the Wii version was for me like a godsend. Really appreciate that. Does anyone have like any more takes on like combat and like enemy design and shit like that? Because like I would move on to something else then. If not,
I mean, I just want to quickly clarify what I said in the little chat or whatever. I think like people were saying, I don't think the point is necessarily to have highly motivating combat by itself.
Yeah.
But I think just having more interesting enemies would make the routing and resource management and like because like a lot of the reason I think Pikmin sort of justifies itself being on console is because this kind of interesting micro macro split of like, okay, you're trying to do this macro, but you're also limited to the controller, and you have this sort of visceral control with the swarming and stuff like that in an interesting way. And so I think having more interesting enemies would enhance that without necessarily making it like, oh, it's a combat game.
Yeah,
I don't know how that's necessarily a good idea, but like,
I think personally I would need more context from Pikmin 2 to see what good enemy design looks like. I don't know if it's worth playing more than I did. And I'm sort of
maybe I'll mention the mod next session.
Yeah, I was actually very curious about that. I guess one thing I've been thinking about is that this is such a random thing, but Nintendo games of that kind of vintage, I always think of them as not very persistent. I always think of Ocarina of Time, where if you save and then reload your save, you always start either in Link's house in Kokiri Forest, or you start in the Temple of Time, right? There's not a lot of things that the game like keeps track of, except like things that you unlocked.
How does I just wanted to say for enemies that like the one interesting enemy I feel in Pikmin 1, there's only one of them, and it's the bread bug. I think that's what they're called. Where the enemy doesn't really like attack you or the Pikmin or anything. They just like take your shit and walk away with it. And I feel like that's a direction the enemies maybe could have, been a little more focused on, is like enemies that are more about messing with your progress that you've made, rather than just trying to attack you. Like enemies that maybe try to fix the walls you break and stuff, it could get frustrating, but I feel like there's something there maybe.
I mean, the termites. If you build a bridge and then you revisit it on the next day.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, they exist. Yeah.
But I was going to say, I think the bread bug. I was actually because I played like 2, 3, and 4 recently, and then I just went back to 1 like yesterday, and I was actually shocked to see the bread bug in 1 because it feels like a concept that you would really put in a sequel, and I thought it was something that Pikmin 2 brought to the table. But I think for Pikmin 1, like it is half baked in a lot of ways, but I think occasionally they really push the concept to like a surprising degree in 1, and I think just the fact that there is the bread bug in 1, it does it's a cute little idea. It's great.
Yeah, the point about progression and killing stuff, that's where I sort of wanted to drive at, because like I was kind of astonished just and like it fits the concept, right? Like how much stuff Pikmin actually keeps track of across days. The state of gates, the state of bridges, the exact locations of the treasure. So like if you don't quite get it to your base in the span of a day, it will actually stay where it is, right? And you can pick up next time. And the decisions that sort of arise from that across multiple days, I found really compelling. We had so when Pang talked about the sort of routing aspect and the multitasking decisions that you kind of go through, I was thinking, for example, about in Distant Spring, you have 2 stone gates very close to the base, and then also a bunch of bomb rocks. And those bomb rocks are not enough, I think, to take out either of those gates in a single day. But you could sort of then make the decision, okay, I could just chip away at those 2 gates, like at the start of each day, and then just do something else in the meantime. Yeah, there's just a bunch of little things like that. Even just the idea that the fact that you have to pluck Pikmin when they first spawn, right? That obviously takes time. And you could then say, okay, if you always walk around with 100 Pikmin, any new Pikmin will immediately spawn into the onion instead of.
I've made a Pikmin-related discovery.
I think they actually got rid of that on Wii because like I didn't realize it until now, but I didn't see that hint on the Wii version, so that's a good change. But so yeah, it saves time in your in game, not in your real life because you have to read that stupid message over and over again on GameCube, but it does save time in game because you don't have to pluck Pikmin. Yeah, those little time saves across days, and the way the game again sort of facilitates that by saving the precise states of so many elements, I find really cool.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite like little routing things is I would put a bunch of Pikmin out to start bringing stuff back to base. And like, let's say I had like 80 Pikmin out, I would run back to base before them and pull an extra 20 Pikmin out in order to like force them into the onion so I didn't have to spend time picking. Especially on the like when you're going for like tight routing, it's sort of a pain to ever have a Pikmin like sprout. Because especially if it's like on the last day you're there, it's like it can be a huge time waster, right? And that is sort of like the Pikmin 1 thing in general. Like it is very nuanced in how you. I wouldn't necessarily call it like deeply systemic or anything, but it has like a lot of nuanced choices with like tiny things like that where they feel like, if not intentional, at least well considered. And it starts bleeding into the bad side of it too, because then if you really want to get into the routing, you have to consider a lot of these extra variables, like how would my Pikmin react right here? What if I took a slightly different route in order to? Actually, the worst one is fucking pulling 100 Pikmin out at once and then figuring out the right place so that you won't lose any because they don't see you and they'll just stand by the onion, but that you're actually like moving. It's so fucking it's obnoxious, but at the same time I do sort of respect the like it does make me like plan the micro like very tightly. It sucks that maybe 40 to 50% of that is planning around the Pikmin AI, but it is sort of the core of the game. Is like if you really want to get into that aspect of it, there's a lot of nuance to tiny little things that will actually yield like noticeable time saves even to someone who's not like doesn't have their splits up and checking for greens and golds, right? Like I do respect that a lot. And Raph mentioned this in chat, and I want to expound on it here. Because everything's laid out as a day, it sort of gives that like a very broad quote unquote frame rule. Like in Super Mario Brothers, it's like one major aspect of speedrunning is that it only checks if you're on the flagpole like every 4 frames or something. So if you get there anywhere in that time limit, then within that limit, you'll like even if you're like 1 frame late, you'll still leave at the same time.
That's ridiculous.
Bus rule.
It's 21 frames. But
it's 21. Never mind. It's way more.
It's way more lenient. Yeah.
Well, and Pikmin's like insanely lenient by comparison because it's like you have these big 13-minute days, but it also means it's like you have a lot of room that like I think that's part of the planning is like as long as you can squeeze it in, like it doesn't really feel bad if you have like wasted time at the very end, especially if you can squeeze in a couple extra like oh I'm gonna grab the pellets or whatever. Because it really orients your mind around like you don't have to think in terms of like microsecond gains or whatever. You're just thinking in terms of like these not super broad gains, but gains that are enough that you can understand it as someone who's not like super in the weeds while still like actually like optimizing your time in an interesting way. I do really like that about like the day system and like the 13-minute, or is it 13:30? Is that how much time you have in each level? Something like that?
Raph knows
this.
Yeah, maybe actually I should just kick Raph into speaking. Raph, can you just like you've done like a podcast in the text chat on your own. If you just want to talk for the next half an hour.
I used to know this, but
yeah. Because I think that the challenge mode levels, which we haven't talked about challenge mode, we're all arcade pilled gamers, and yet
I haven't
playing the actual arcade.
I kind of forgot it exists. Not gonna lie, I'm handing in my arcade.
I still haven't played it.
It's cool. The conceit in this one is that you're trying to grow as many Pikmin as possible within a time limit. And it's got like an altered version of each of the maps, with like way more enemies, and a lot of like extra pellets and shit. Which I just did like 1 run of Forest of Hope. I think I scored like low 200s. It's interesting because I think you can look up like it's actually reminds me a little bit of Mercenaries and like modern RE, and by modern I mean RE4, because you can actually there is like a limit on how much you can do, and like a theoretical top score you can achieve, and there are people who have achieved top scores on like all maps except for distance spraying, if you like sit and route it like perfectly. That's sort of why I feel like this isn't like a very. I remember like some months ago. I was like, this is not an arcade game. It's not arcade build, blah, 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 blah. And some point out that Jet Set Radio is like almost the exact same appeal. And I would think that's like very arcade-ish. I think the big difference for this game is like having to plan out over the course of like a long campaign such as this, like quote unquote long. Makes it feel more like it's like a segmented speedrun almost. Like it's something you sort of have to like plan in chunks and like write out beforehand. It's to me it's funny, and not to go on too long, but it's funny how this released like a month after Luigi's Mansion, and this is the survival horror game, and that's like the arcade action game. Like it's like they fucked up. They fucked up which one is which. I do think this one ended up a lot more interesting for that reason. I think if they maybe added in, not adding in action elements, but adding in a little more like Hot Pocket was talking about, like some more complexities to the enemy design, that kind of thing. I think it would have probably enhanced it, made it a little more than like Heather was talking about. Just like, okay, the actual gameplay is you're just like doing a resource drain and trying to minimize resource drain, and then the top levels is the fun stuff. Like, I do like that part of it. I do wish the minute to minute was more fun, but what can you do? There's plenty of other games that sort of try that same thing and probably do it more interestingly, like Jet Set Radio. But we can talk about that on another cast.
I love that actually. I think also again, this is probably a sentiment that has come across already, but there could have been a way to like maybe defang some of the issues that are endemic to the Pikmin AI without completely neutering the experience, right? Maybe I was thinking, the fact that they just fall over ledges constantly, right? That is sort of part of the challenge, right? That you want to swarm them in a way that, I mean, literally there's a level design that is exactly challenges this, right? Your ability to not have them fall off a ledge. But then maybe even having a little bit of, like maybe a stumbling animation or something before they fall.
Turn the bridges into ramps.
Ooh, yeah.
Because they get stuck under the bridges very often, and it's extreme. That is the most hard situation to get them out because you never have like a. Yeah. It's really hard to see where they are, and they just get really stuck. And I think that should have just been a ramp.
Yeah,
to solve the
issue. That's the exact kind of thing I mean, where it's like it's not challenging, it's just really annoying, and yeah. And again, like maybe adding a little bit of leeway before they fall off somewhere. I think that it would still be sort of in the spirit of the game, and like it would even, it would make them even more like little goobers, like seeing them like almost fall over and then saving them last minute. Like I feel like that would actually add to the personality of the whole thing. Yeah. I guess like my, again, we're gonna talk about the other games like next time we sit down, but I feel like in Pikmin 4, for example, they polished it to the point where you don't really get those moments at all anymore. Those moments of like having to manage this crowd really precisely, and that is kind of sad.
They can still get stuck They can still get stuck behind stuff if you're like really rushing, but yeah, otherwise they softened it out really well.
And I just want to very briefly sing. I was surprised how much I latched onto this aspect of the game and enjoyed it. The swarming controls. I think that is an extremely great use of the fact that it's like a console and you have an analog stick, and it lets you have this sort of really interesting indirect yet direct control of the positioning of your units. And like it also lets you sort of give them orders in like an organic way that's also, and like impacts how you throw them. I think that was a really, really great idea that I'm surprised I liked it as much as I did.
Yeah, swarming is so fucking swag, and there's like the small quirk that comes with it where we talked about it a bit like before the podcast, but there's like a trick in the original game where Olimar, I believe this is how it works, but he can only throw Pikmin as long as there's one like near him. So sometimes you'll be like mashing the button and it feels like there's like a delay on the throw because there's physically not Pikmin near him. So if you swarm the Pikmin like in a clump inside Olimar, you can mash the button way faster and throw way faster, which is like more of a fun side effect than like, oh, this is like essential tech to making the game playable. But I really like that small detail. And one of the main changes I've heard in the Switch version is not that you can't do that, but from what I hear, throwing is just faster in general. And I don't know why that is. I need to play it to like confirm, but everything I've like seen and heard, it's like, oh yeah, you can just like throw a lot faster.
That like, sounds really potentially busted because the thing with the C-stick, swarm throwing tech is that like you throw so fast that enemies that get stunned by having enough, Pikmin fall onto them in succession, you can just basically stun lock a lot of them. Yep. So if you can throw that fast normally without any tricks or anything, I mean, unless they changed how the enemies can get stunned or stuff, I mean, that sounds really busted.
Definitely unheard of, porting a Pikmin game and then fundamentally changing how the game is played through the control scheme.
It's a lot like Resident Evil 4, where the definitive version is on Wii and the other ones are terrible. That's the only way to play the game. /J/S.
I'll be honest. I've owned Resident Evil 4 on the Wii, since it came out and stuff. But every time I've played that version, I've just used the GameCube controller. I don't know, out of spite.
So fucking true.
I'm just like, no, I'm not playing with that control scheme. You can't make me.
This may have been mentioned previously. Sorry, I had to mute myself for a couple of minutes there. But did anyone else use, like, if you're going over like a narrow bridge or something and you just rock the stick back and forth and make them sort of single file behind you?
Yeah.
Every time I did that, I thought I was so cool, and I always ended up with like any other Pikmin just drowning immediately.
Yeah, I definitely like was not confident in my ability to do that. So on top of that, I would like very carefully like vertically align the camera like with the bridge, so I could just like line it up in the notch. Speaking of like Pikmin just walking directly into the water like assholes, did you guys? So there's a part in the distant spring where you have to get across a bridge, and there's like a part really high up, and what they want you to do is put blue Pikmin behind this this like little like ledge, and you kind of like lead them to the part, and then they can just walk it right over. What I did on my first go was carefully get yellows across that shitty little bridge, thinking I'm so smart. And then I put the yellows up there, and they immediately walked and fell directly into the water, and they all died. I've seen so many people do that.
All collectively have our brains off. Yeah. There's only one way across.
It's funny because like in that case, it's sort of like, okay, that's the puzzle. You have to do it the right way. There was one today where I had like a big red pellet. I was like a little too close to the water, and I got all the Pikmin around it. They all picked it up and started walking, but then they walked into the water because their path was like, oh well, we're supposed to walk this way, right into the water, and then come back out to hit the bridge. And they just they didn't drown, thankfully, because I saved them. It was like, well, now it's impossible because they just dropped the pellet in the water and then jumped back out. I was like, why are you so fucking stupid? Why didn't you just walk on the land in the first place? Oh my fucking god!
It's experiential, okay? They're goobers.
So true.
They're goobers.
Yeah, it's to illustrate how they like they're a hive mind because they collectively share one brain cell. That's part of their ecology.
Throughout the entire game, I had such trouble with the bomb throwing mechanics, and I don't know why. They're obviously like not that difficult, but I just kept blowing myself up, and it's really loud, and it scares me every time.
God, the sound design in this game is so weird. Like, I'm convinced the little they do when they're in the water. Like, I'm convinced in the mix they just like play the sound like 100 times like over each other, kind of.
Yeah.
There's something up with that. It's like there's no reason for it to sound like that. It's fucked.
They want to make it as like violent of an emotion as possible if like all your Pikmin are in the water. Like it may as well have like the Dark Souls and Demon Souls font that pops up on screen. It's just like danger.
Okay, but like praising one aspect of the sound effects, can we all agree that when you do the swarming and the Pikmin have like the little marching sound effect that plays, that's great.
So
I love that.
That is soul.
That's not in any of the other ones, is it?
I think
maybe
it's at least in 2. Yeah, because it's the only other game with a swarming. Yeah. One more note on sound design. The only good thing about Pikmin 2 is that I'll be unspecific, but one of the playable characters, because there's more than one in that game, their whistle is a car horn. And I really like that.
So it's been 3 weeks, and I sort of thought that everything was kind of set about Pikmin 1. But it turns out that Raph is actually that game's biggest fan, and he's been in our ear about how wrong we were like the whole time. Raph, is that true?
Yeah, I think Pikmin 1 is one of the best games I've ever played. I'm kind of disgusted that you guys don't give it the attention it deserves and said a single bad thing about it in the first place.
Where's the 5-star backlog review?
So I don't review 5 stars, except for Cyberpunk. That's the one, sadly.
Heather, I recall literally right when we finished, you were like, "This was so cap. Like you were just way too harsh on this game. We need to redo the whole thing, basically."
Basically, I mean, I really just wanted a little bit more of a chance to speak because Pikmin 1, like we were talked a lot about how the AI in that game is like garbage and all that, and just like sort of complaining about it. And I think the best way to approach that game is not from like a super optimization heavy. Like I don't think it's a game that you should fully route out and everything like that, because I think you're going to ruin the fun for yourself. I think it works best sort of played at like an intermediate level. And the way I look at that game is sort of like like a weird sequel to like Mario 64, where you have all this freedom to just sort of complete different objectives in different orders. And Pikmin 1, I think, you know, to this day, like, however many improvements there's been in terms of like AI, whatever, like Pikmin 1 still has the most open-ended progression and level design. And the level design in Pikmin 1 is like genuinely just like really great. Like the forest navel, like all the different routing and stuff, like the introductory level, like the way it sort of like corkscrews around and just sort of introduces you to like shortcuts and like the enemy types in just a really just smooth and natural way. Like it's just a great game. That's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to be clear, because in the last discussion we were pretty harsh on it.
See, I want this to be on record. Like, I think I'm a Pikmin 1 defender. I'm a Pikmin 1 fan, right? I didn't want to come across as a hater. I think it's a great game. Yeah. All y'all, you can speak for yourselves. I don't know. Raph, I think you made a great point that sort of in accordance with what Heather said, you can sort of use the level design and then some of the choices that the game gives you to mitigate some of the, let's say, quote-unquote jank with the AI and stuff, for example, by just bringing fewer Pikmin to certain locations. Do you have thoughts on that?
Right, yeah, actually, so I actually do think it's a good optimization game, but only because I replayed the game, I think two, 3 times in a row recently. I found that, like, you can route around the jank. You can make it decently consistent, and to the point that people can consistently speedrun the game in just 6 days. There's a surprising amount of consistency in how the Pikmin mess up and how they screw up their simple jobs. And if you, you know, carefully split up the Pikmin, work in smaller groups, set them up earlier in the day to do certain tasks, set them up later in the day to do certain tasks, it's actually a good game. It's a good time, right? Like an easy example would be the bridge, right? A very common problem with Pikmin is that they don't know how to route in big groups. So if you try to go across a narrow bridge, a lot of them will just fall off the sides. They'll get stuck underneath the bridge. They'll just do the dumbest things possible, and you have to like run back and try to gather all of them, and then some more will get stuck, and yada yada, blah blah blah. But if you just go across the bridge with just 30, 40 Pikmin, it's perfectly fine, right? So you have to incorporate that into your routing. You think, okay, I need 60 of my Pikmin doing something else, and then take the remaining 40 across the bridge, and now I have to like fight this enemy with only 40. Like it changes the decision making in an interesting way, which I think, you know, there might be more let's say graceful ways of incorporating this decision making that's probably less frustrating for newer players, probably less obtuse. But as it is now, seeing as there's nothing really like this game, I'm willing to accept those issues and treat them as a boon in a way.
Yeah, we, you know, in the time between last session and now, we sort of had a, you know, based on this whole topic, we had sort of this discussion about, okay, if you get good enough at any game, or if you get familiar enough with the mechanics to use them a certain way, that can mitigate a lot of the frustration already. And then it's sort of this strange question of, okay, how much can I actually credit the game with that, right? Like, is it actually a point in the game's favor if, oh, I'm so good at Sonic Adventure's controls that I never clip through walls, right? So even though that's going to happen to most players, it's like, maybe I can still make a strong argument in favor of the game that way.
I think the bigger issue with Pikmin 1 is like, and with regards to its AI, is like, there are such things that you can route around them. I think good examples are like the bridges, the nectar points, like learning where those are, so your Pikmin, you don't walk over one of your Pikmin all decide to like dig it at the same time. The main issue for me is stuff like, example, I don't remember if I gave this in the last episode or not, but like Forest Naval, I'm at the bomb rock spot behind the main base, like on the north side, and I get a bunch of bomb rocks, and I get like the little root climb thing that so they can climb back to the base. And so like my first like 5 bomb rock guys go up just fine, and then there's a 6th one who's just like hanging around. I'm like, okay, let me wait for the other ones to go up. There's probably too many on it right now. It's empty. Okay, let me throw the bomb rock guy at the root. He doesn't catch. I'm like, okay, let me try it again. Doesn't catch. Let me try it again. Doesn't catch. Let me swarm him. Doesn't catch. Let me swarm him. Doesn't catch. Okay, let me throw him one more time. I throw him and then he finally catches. It's like, okay, that's not. You can't fucking run around like that. Like, what the fuck, dude? I mean,
no, you can run around that part specifically.
No,
just throw them over the ledge. And that's how you run around it. Because they wouldn't. Okay, bomb rocks are insanely glitchy. The bomb rock Pikmin, they are so stupid. They are indefensible. But in that one situation, you can just throw them over the ledge and don't use the vine thing.
Yeah, then that's fair. But still, it's like that level of consistency is to me that's like so much. It's like, okay, I could route around it, but it's like you were saying earlier, like you could say that for basically every game. Like I was having this discussion, like people were reviewing Jet Set Radio Future recently, and someone who just posted a big review on the site Trax was asking me like, I think you can actually like get around like most of the jank in this game just by like routing. It's like, so it's not really an issue. It's like, I love Jet Set Radio to death, and I have routed all these levels, and I'm not going to pretend like, oh, it's a good thing that if you hit this wrong, this like one curb the wrong way, you just like fucking sputter out of control. And it only happens at the one curb and no other curves in the game. It's like, I'm not going to try to defend that. Like, it's annoying. Like, I can route around it, but I also don't feel the need to defend this game because I already gave a full-throated defense and explanation of how good the routing is on the last episode. So I feel obligated to also complain about how the AI sucks. Yeah. Which I know we'll get into this later with Pikmin 4. The people who are saying Pikmin 4 has the AI is too good and it's not experiential enough because the Pikmin aren't stupid enough, you are fucking wrong. I'm just gonna say it.
I don't even look in the pages, right? Clips,
yeah, you got clips on that, and I have plenty of my own experiences with that, and especially with like the lock and all that shit. But yeah, Pikmin are always dumb, will always be dumb. I just think they are really, really dumb in the first one.
They'll always be goobers. Yeah. Unfortunately, Alan's not here today, but yeah.
I just like going back to the AI. I think it's interesting because like a lot of RTS are notorious for having bad AI, bad pathfinding, especially around this era. I know playing Homeworld, my ships would just randomly crash into asteroids, and I couldn't do anything about it because the AI was sometimes broken or whatever. StarCraft is notorious for having bad pathfinding and how that ties into the competitive metagame and yada yada yada. But I think it's sort of different in a competitive setting where both sides are equally dealing with that jank. You can sort of frame that as an interesting skill check versus a game like Pikmin where it's like you have a harder time justifying why you would want to learn that stuff in the first place. So it's much harder to justify. You need brainworms to justify learning how to work around that stuff.
I totally see that. It sort of goes back to what Luke was talking about in the last session, where or Pang as well, where once it really depends on how seriously you decide to take the game. If you're sort of serious casual, like Luke, for example, was explaining, then it's really fun. But then the more serious you get, the more those little inconsistencies just start piling up and get really annoying. I don't really have a smooth, sexy transition into Pikmin 2. Maybe that's reflective of how unsexy that game is. Pang, you wrote a review for Pikmin 2 when you first played it, and I starkly remember the opening to your review being something to the effect of, okay, what's the point of this? What was the point of this?
Yeah, I sort of feel like they ruined the series by I don't know how to describe it. They basically made it too fun. They just made it way too fun.
Can you elaborate?
They well, you see it a lot, like the modern roguelite trend. Like they sort of figure like oh, it'd be interesting if we added all these randomized dungeons, and so it really went into this sort of dungeon crawler mode where you basically it's the same levels from 1, except like sort of it's like a remix version of the levels from 1. Like you wouldn't necessarily recognize them unless you're looking pretty closely. And then they just scattered caves all over the place, and you go into the caves and you just kill lots of monsters, because combat is really the most fun part of Pikmin, along with doing non-multitasking things like just waiting for Pikmin to open gates and open the little things that spew out elemental like fire and water and all that shit. And I think that is really most of those dungeons. It's been a while since I played it, but yeah, I know there's a couple good dungeons in the late game, but it is really like a start transition, and I think it's all the better for it. It's really a fantastic game.
So I personally only play Pikmin 2 for an hour, and in advance I already had the vibe that okay, most of my friend group were not the biggest Pikmin 2 fans, and that immediately told me, okay, for this episode, for this whole project, we're probably not going to talk about the Pikmin series again, right? So we figured, okay, with this session, we want to cover all the sequels real quick. And, yeah, I sort of, again, one of the reasons the Pang's opening quote for his review stuck out to me was that part of the premise of Pikmin 2 is that it doesn't have the 30-day limit anymore. You have as much time as you want to collect treasure in the game, with the small stipulation that days are still limited. You still have to round up all your Pikmin by night so that they survive. But generally, you can take as long for every task as you want, right? And then that alongside with the fact that, again, as Pang just implied earlier, the major sort of areas, like to me, they actually, it was pretty stark just how much they felt like Pikmin 1's levels. I didn't realize that it would reuse stuff from Pikmin 1. And once I sort of, once I actually went through the first proper area, I slowly realized, wait, this is just almost the same layout as the Forest of Phobe in Pikmin 1. And immediately, the brain worms started kicking in, and I was like, why the fuck would I play this? Why the fuck would I spend more time with this?
Right, like, Pikmin 2, I went back to it pretty recently, and just in general, like about those, the overworld levels are like, they're all like remixed, but the way the game has been, like the progression is so much more linear, and like the functions of the Pikmin themselves are so they're so much more specialized. Like there's like electric gates and poison gates and all these different types of locks, basically, where you need this specific type of Pikmin, which is that kind of lock and key structure exists in Pikmin 1, but not nearly to the same extent. So Pikmin 2 is just it doesn't have the time limit, but it's just the progression through the game is so much more linear and just really removes your ability to multitask in a lot of areas. And it just, like the dungeons specifically, just feel like such a misfire because it's just so combat focused, which is like the complete opposite appeal of what of the first game. It's very strange, and I want to like cut that game some slack because it's doing it has very different goals, but the development time was very short. And I was watching some like speed runs of Pikmin 2, and and I haven't really like looked into it myself, but the way the runner was sort of describing it, it did seem sort of compelling as like a speed game in some aspects, and in the way like the dungeon layouts are like randomized and all that, and like as a speedrunner trying to predict that and clearing out all the caves as fast as possible seems sort of interesting. But ultimately, just on a casual level, the game is just like kind of like just super boring, and it starts out like really bad. Eventually, the caves gradually become more interesting, but it's still very like surface level, like lock and key sort of structure to it.
Yeah, I can definitely reciprocate that the first impression is again, I keep saying it, but I was like, why would I spend more time with this? Because we talked about in the last session how obviously, yeah, at any point with a game like Pikmin 2, you could decide, okay, I'm gonna set myself a day limit. I'm gonna try to get my days as low as possible. But when the design underpinning the whole thing doesn't really make that type of playstyle interesting either, then again, you lose like any reason to actually want to play well, right? And yeah, we talked about, for example, how you could in Pikmin 1 you could set aside a whole day for just farming Pikmin, and that felt like a meaningful decision, right? Because it would seriously cut into the rest of your plans and your schedule and whatever. And I just didn't get the sense that Pikmin 2 changed up the types of tasks you do enough to really still be interesting without that time limit still kind of looming over you.
You can tell it like a lot from the level design that in the first game, like it was like I was talking about in the last session, where there's like a lot of these like lock and key puzzles, or like most of the things are like there's like a couple different ways to solve it, but usually it's like one like obvious choice, right? But those are like woven together in like an interesting way, because there's like a lot of different routes you could take to generally like transport the items that you're picking up back to base, and then choosing which ones you want to prioritize, because you're not going to be able to like open every route unless you're wasting like a ton of time. But in Pikmin 2, it's like, for one, all the overworld levels are designed in such a way that there are like no alternate routes. Like you basically just have to open like the requisite gates and then bring stuff back and kill enemies along the way, which is like how Pikmin 1 worked, but also in the same way, it's like there was a lot of times in Pikmin 1 you didn't want to kill every enemy, or you wanted to distract enemies, or you wanted to sort of experiment, see which routes you wanted to open, which gates you wanted to open. It's just like not a thing in Pikmin 2. And the caves are even worse with this, because it's like most of them are set up like the prog gen is really, really boring. Like there's like almost no interesting scenarios it conceives of. It becomes very much like you divide your enemies or your Pikmin up into their separate groups, and then you look at which ones are like best suited for each task, and then you just one by one take them to the area, have them complete the task, maybe carry stuff back, and then you're going back to the hub and selecting your next group of Pikmin, and then you do this task now, etc., etc. It's not very stimulating in that regard, because you just sort of have to clear out everything on each floor. There's not choices you can make surrounding that, and there's no time limit on each floor, so it's like you might as well take as long as you fucking want, it's why they went to that model, and it's obviously one that they sort of like understand, because Pikmin 4 sort of does at some points return to that style of model with the multiple routes and like choosing the most optimal thing at any given time, etc. at points, but 2 is just like it has none of that. It is literally like a mindless dungeon crawl.
Yeah, I find even just going for roguelike elements in a 2004 game sort of interesting, right? It was not really a hip thing back then, especially with, I assume, like Japanese developers. Raph, I know you have some experience with roguelikes of that era. Do you have thoughts on that?
Of that era? I mean, there was like Baroque. There was...
Yeah, that's the Atlas one, right? Or wait.
Yeah.
I think Atlas West published it. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
I know Mystery Dungeon was pretty big, right? Eventually Nintendo had their own Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I think it came out a few years after Pikmin 2. Which, ironically, similarly to Pikmin 2, it wasn't very... It's not a very mechanical game. It's also a very mindless dungeon crawler that's more focused on narrative. So I think, I guess that's just Nintendo's approach to roguelites, I guess. It's kind of strange. Because previous entries in the Mystery Dungeon series were actually very mechanical. They are more like traditional roguelites in terms of systemic elements, in terms of really harsh resource management. And then you see Pikmin 2 and Mystery Dungeon, and they're just flat. There's very little going on there. Yeah, I guess in a way it's an attempt at making roguelikes more acceptable, more popular. I don't know, more approachable in a way, like removing a lot of the harsher elements. But
yeah,
yikes! It's a bad game.
Yeah.
It does, from what I can gather in sort of developer comments, it does seem like making Pikmin 2 a little more accessible was a concern. Even though the game I mean, I didn't play it far enough to know that, but like, I just know all the memes about like, oh fuck, Pikmin 2 fans when their entire family gets crushed under a rock, and you just instantly lose like 100 Pikmin. That has those kinds of harsh moments as well. Hot Pocket, I know you've played a good amount of Pikmin 2 of the base game, and also you played this mod, right? That this Colossal Caves mod, I think is what it's called.
Yeah, called Colossal Caverns.
Caverns, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, Pikmin 2 is a bad game. The thing about it, so I'm like, I wouldn't consider myself a Pikmin 2 defender. I'd consider myself a Pikmin 2 sympathizer. Something that did sort of change to me after I played 2, as opposed to, I think in the 1 episode, I was kind of harsh on the combat and stuff like that. Pikmin I think is more suited to combat than people realize, I think, because I think the swarm mechanic is it lets you control your units in a very sort of nuanced analog way where you can have sort of very granular outcomes, like, oh, I'm moving my mass of Pikmin around, and then maybe I misplay it slightly, and like 3 of my guys who are trailing at the end get eaten, and like that can have effects and stuff like that. You know, I think it actually is good for that. There's a good game in Pikmin 2, but this is how I said it before. Yeah, like there's a good game in Pikmin 2, but that game is not a game that Nintendo would make. Because really, like, yeah, it wants to be this, I think, to make a combat dense game, it wants to have sort of a dense systemic game with some optimization, like a balance between optimization and combat, and having the combat be sort of part of the optimization as well, and things like that. Yeah, the problem with Pikmin 2 as it is number one, yeah, all the content at the beginning are insanely terrible. It's just like, it's the most bland proc gen ever. It's like gutted Pikmin 1 levels. It's really bad. It gets better later, but even then, like, and you can also tell for like Submerged Castle, which is by far the best dungeon, I think, of the ones I played. I'm gonna spoil Pikmin 2. Here you go. There's like a timer that is on every floor for that, and then after the timer ticks up, it's invisible, but you can kind of like guess what it's going to be usually. This guy called the Water Wraith comes in. He's this giant dude with like a roller, like a stone sort of roller, and he rolls around and he'll just crush your Pikmin instantly if he runs across. And it is sort of, oh, this is a systemic way of adding the time limit back that lets you also work around it in sort of interesting ways. And it's like, oh, this could be really cool. But it's just really, really, like, this is a random one-off idea instead of what it should be, which is like, oh, there's a core element of the design. This is a way to recontextualize it in a different structure, blah, blah. So there's a mod called Colossal Caverns made by a guy called Pickhacker, who, like, he's like one of the only, he's a really, yeah, he does all the Pikmin ROM hacks, apparently. And it's sort of, I don't want to say it fixes the game, because it still has a lot of problems, but like, it's like, oh, this is kind of cool. Like, it's basically just one giant cave that's just every enemy and treasure and everything just smushed together in this giant proc gen soup. And because it generates so weirdly and so dense, you have a lot more interactions between enemies. Like those random lock and key sort of gates, like the electric gates. Now that's like a problem because they can generate right next to an enemy that you might have to fight. And so it's like, oh, that's like a hazard while I'm doing it. So you have to, okay, I'm trying to fight the enemy and I'm trying to maybe clear out the thing so I can get more room to maneuver. And like you can have, and like that also lets you put onions in the cave as well. So it's a lot easier to recover, and because all the treasures just splayed everywhere, there's more routing to it where it's like, okay, you have to find out where the treasure is and like which ones do you want to get first. Because I played it, I just like give myself 30 minutes, get as much stuff as you can, which is like, it's actually conducive to that type of thing, unlike Pikmin 2. So yeah, I think, I'll just sum it up. I think Pikmin 2 is like, yeah, it's it could have been. It could, like, there's a good game in there, but I'm not surprised that it didn't really get iterated on in Pikmin 4. That's my spoiler.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
How long does it take to do everything in Colossal Caverns?
It's a pretty big cave, but you can leave early. The way you leave is it spawns those big walker guys, and if you kill one, you get a key, and if you find the exit, you can leave. It's like to do the 100%. It takes probably like, I mean, it depends how good you are. Probably take a couple hours.
Okay. So
because it's literally like it's every item and enemy in the game. The way I played it, I just put a 30-minute timer on and just tried to collect as many treasures as I could in the 30-minute time.
Yeah, I sort of forgot like that Pikmin 2 is a game about collecting treasure, right? And then there's way more than just 30 items in the thing.
Yeah, there's like about 300-ish, I think.
Okay, crazy. Cause like if you're playing it the way you said it, is sort of like, okay, you could make it kind of arcade build, I guess.
Yeah,
that actually sounds kind of neat.
And it is sort of like a Pikmin 2 version of the Pikmin 3 mission mode in a way.
Speaking of Pikmin 3, that's a game that was first hinted at E3 2007. Miyamoto sort of vaguely mentioned, okay, the Wii control scheme, obviously we're on the Wii by that point, feels very suited to Pikmin, in his words. But then it didn't end up materializing until the Wii U. Again, we never saw any footage or any, like, not to my knowledge anyway, or screenshots of what a potential Wii version might have been. We did see that there was no official Iwata asks for this game, unfortunately. There was sort of an interview with Satoru Iwata and Shigesato Itoi, who's the director for The Mother, the Earthbound series. And in that piece, they do discuss... It's only in Japanese, unfortunately. So I had to rely on Google Translate, so I don't know how accurate this is. But they sort of discuss the tension between Pikmin 1 and 2's priorities, kind of, where specifically what Miyamoto says is that if you think about action games, and then obviously action game in Japan has a slightly different connotation to what we think here in the West. I think, does anyone actually know, like, if there's a particular definition for that? Because, like, I know, for example, Nintendo, they always refer to Mario as an action game, right? Because it's a game where you perform actions in real time, and there's, like, it's a string of challenges and stuff. I guess that's how I understand that term.
Well, specifically, Mario is a comedic action game, also known as a CAG. Not to be confused with character action game. Very, very common confusion. I'm sorry, I needed to pop in.
You fucking nailed it. Okay. So what Miyamoto was saying is that, yeah, the gaming audience is bigger now than it was for action games on the NES, right? So if you want to hit more of that audience, you may have to make some tweaks and changes to your design. And with Pikmin 3, they wanted to maybe go back a little bit to this idea of, okay, we want this to be a challenging game about solving problems, just like Pikmin 1, but one that anyone could play. Now, that's already sort of a paradoxical statement, because, like, it's on the Wii U, so nobody was going to play it. But I guess one thing that, that does stick out in my mind about Pikmin 3 is that you do feel its Wii origins. If you flip open the manual, literally the control scheme that they suggest is playing with the Wii remote and the nunchuk. And then you still need the gamepad for some other stuff, but it seems like, okay, that's how they always demoed it. That's sort of the main way that they intended the game to be played. Pang, I know you played Pikmin 3 with the stylus controls that they patched in later. Do you have, like, thoughts maybe on that type of control scheme and, like, maybe the increased aiming emphasis in Pikmin 3?
Yeah, I think that it suits the game very well. It's obviously, like, RTSs are traditionally like a keyboard and mouse genre, and I think having the Wii mode sort of gets close to that as well, but I think that having the click makes it more tactile when you're actually, like, tapping on the screen. And even though you're not really looking at the screen most of the time, it feels like it's been too long for me to, like, remember the secret sauce they had to make it so you always know where your cursor is, but they do, like, a very, like, strong job with that. I think if anyone were to criticize that control scheme, it's probably that it's like you don't really have that many buttons to work with. You just have the left stick and then L and ZL on the gamepad, which I think now in that game they do add some. They take out the swarm mechanic from the first two, if I recall, and then they basically add a couple more things that make it a little easier to move around, like switching between your Pikmin colors is a lot easier than in the original couple games. You just sort of click the button and it cycles through them. I really liked that control scheme. I think that's part of why I enjoyed Pikmin 3 so much. The only thing that bugged me was it gave me really bad writer's wrist if I played for more than like an hour or so, because there's the tapping is nonstop in that game.
Yeah.
Especially without. I think if that game had like an equivalent to Charge from Pikmin 4, it would probably be a little more. It'd be easier to work around that kind of like my physical limitation, right? But it's not really like a game breaker. It's still I think out of all the Pikmin control schemes I've tried, I like that one the best.
Yeah, Hawpocket reiterated in chat that yes, the stylus controls were added in a patch. I think I said that earlier, but like just to clarify again. I guess like yeah, that is a good point, because I am kind of surprised that this was a launch period game and this was their new fucking console and the gamepad was the biggest deal about it, and then they didn't actually have a control scheme that really took advantage of this piece of hardware at launch. And personally I tried them for a little bit and I found it slightly awkward to if you're looking at the TV, you're not immediately gonna know where the cursor is unless you're holding the way it works is you hold the stylus to the screen and you see sort of the aiming line. You see where the Pikmin is gonna land when you let go of the screen. But in between throws, there's no indication for where your aiming cursor currently is. So you sort of have to, I mean, again, from what I can gather, you sort of have to intuit or remember where your hand was kind of positioned last time. I finished the game with the Wiimote controls, and unlike Pikmin 1 and 2, which those got a Wii port, and those the Wii controls were sort of back ported into those games. You can tell there's a lot of substantial changes to actually make that control scheme a little more native to the game itself, or to the overall game. For example, one thing that really stuck out to me was that when you hover, what's the best way to like it's really weird to explain, but when you play it, you instantly feel it. It's sort of this idea where in Pikmin 1 and 2, the cursor, it only responds to terrain. Whereas in Pikmin 3, whenever you have an object that sort of blocks the terrain, so like a flower or an enemy, the cursor will trace that instead, and not the terrain behind it. And that already makes the aiming so much more intuitive, because in Pikmin 1 and 2, if I aim at a flower, I don't actually physically point at the flower. I have to point the cursor in a way that the terrain and the aiming trajectory sort of aligns with it. Whereas in 3, you literally just aim at the flower, right? This, again, it's sort of weird too when I'm verbally explaining it like this, but like it makes sense when you play it. They also they have this nice little vibration in the Wii remote whenever you hover over an interactable object. I think in general, this sort of speaks to the polish of this game. I played it for the first time, like really played it for the first time, I think 2 weeks ago now. And that's the thing that kind of consistently blew my mind, just how good this game looked and how nice everything felt. Does any of y'all have thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, yeah, like Pikmin 3 is like insanely fucking polished. I love this game, and like even like the way I played it, and it's been a while since I played the Wii U version. My most recent playthrough, I did the Switch version, but on the Wii U version, I did the Wii U and the gamepad like simultaneously, and that seems like something that's just going to be a huge fucking headache. But all the different like small little touches and like the soft lock, like you mentioned, all that stuff. It's such an intuitive control scheme, and just conceptually, I just love the idea of like playing a game with like two distinct kinds of controllers at the same time, and you know you're controlling with the Wiimote and nunchuck, but you're looking at the gamepad screen with the map, and you're telling the captains to go to different locations and all that. It just works so well, and I mean, in Pikmin 3, the premise is that you have three captains, and the way it sort of like makes good on like the multitasking potential of 2, because like 2 you have 2 captains, but like the way that game works, like you can't control both of them simultaneously. Like if you're playing as Olimar, you can't, like Louis is just standing still. He can't do anything. So you basically just park him somewhere and then just wait while you're doing something with Olimar or whatever, right? But in 3, they actually give you the option to like to tell the captain to go somewhere else while you're doing something else. So like the potential for multitasking is just like through the roof, and it's and the level design in general is a bit more streamlined, and you generally have like one major objective that you're trying to work towards, as opposed to 1 and 2 where you have all these different caves and treasures and stuff. So the level design is a bit more streamlined, but there's still so many tiny optimizations you can make, and I think in general having the level design be more streamlined does a lot to prevent the setup of having 3 captains from being too overwhelming. 3 is just a wonderful game, though the way it like the time limit, the way it sort of reintroduced that, and sort of like a weird sort of a time limit, but not really a time limit. The Wii U version, it's absurdly easy. It's so easy to just have so much fruit that the time limit just becomes irrelevant. In the Switch version, they added an extra difficulty where like the fruit is like worth less. I think they like, it's like the value of each fruit is like cut directly in half. And that to me like really like justified the fruit system, and I was like finally playing a version of Pikmin 3 where I had to like make decisions like, okay, am I going to search out fruit to extend the time limit, or am I going to go fight the boss to progress to the next level? And having to make those kinds of decisions was never a thought to me in the Wii U version. But I think the Switch version like makes good on that concept, and I think it's probably the best way to play the game.
Yeah, I totally feel you on the fruit distribution being extremely lenient. Yeah, so basically, maybe to back up a little bit, the premise of this game is that you play this new set of fucking not quite human little people that their home planet is starving, so they go out into space to explore other planets and search for food, search for fruit. And yeah, you land on this planet, and every day you have some major objective, but then alongside that you want to collect as much fruit as you can. So the fruit, you can kind of imagine it works similar to the ship parts in Pikmin 1. The way you just throw Pikmin at it, and then they will transport it back to base. And at the end of each day, each piece of fruit is turned into juice, and every night you consume 1 can of juice to basically sustain your crew. And yeah, just like how they said, I think in my one playthrough that I did so far, I did not go for 100% completion. I did not collect all the fruit. But I think I had like more than 30 cans left by the end. So there was never any point where I was ever really concerned about that at all. I guess like while we're on basic polish and like version differences and controls and stuff like that, I did play the Switch version for a little bit, and I did think, ahead of time, it was like, okay, this has got to be the best version, because like, okay, you don't have I guess maybe to explain again, on the Wii U version, even if you're playing with the Wii remote, you still have to have the gamepad. Like I said, you have to have it with you at all times, because that's how you pilot the other captains. And well, you basically you tell them to go somewhere else while you're doing stuff with while you're directly piloting one of the other captains. And also it's a way to look at the map, and it's sort of neat to like have to bounce your eyes between the two screens. But clearly, as you see with the Switch version, it's not something that is strictly necessary hardware-wise, because in that version you just press a button and then you have a map on the TV, and then you can just do the multi-captain piloting via just the regular controls, right? So that's all good. But the way you move the aiming cursor in the Switch version, since you don't have the IR sensor, you don't have stylus support either, so you do it with gyro. And I thought, it's probably gonna be fine. But in my experience, the gyro just drifts like crazy. I point the Joy-Con flat at the screen and it immediately just starts drifting to the right. And I don't get that in any other game. Even with the Pro Controller, that happens to me. And it's really frustrating because, I mean, the game goes as far as, for example, to introduce enemies with specific weak points. It basically, for example, for some enemies, it tells you to target their eyes. Those are all these little things that feel designed for the speed and precision of the Wii remote, or even the stylus on the gamepad. And on Switch, I was just constantly fighting that in the little time that I played. They also add like a much stronger lock-on Switch that basically does most of the targeting, and I don't know, it sort of feels like an acknowledgement that maybe the gyro in this game kind of sucks ass. Does anyone do you have thoughts on that, or am I being crazy?
Well, I mean, I don't even know, because when I played it, I don't think I used the gyro at all. I think I just did the regular like analog stick. And I do think that like you were saying, when you have to there's the crawdads or whatever they are, like those enemies, like you have to target their eyeballs, and that is sort of awkward. And I had to I would try to lock on, I would lock onto their mouth instead, and just sort of have to fight that. So I think it probably is a little bit less elegant in some ways, but it's like you were saying, like when I remember, like when I played Pikmin 3 for the first time on Wii U, I was like, there's no way like they could port this to the Switch. Like the gamepad Wii U setup is so integral. There's no way this would make sense on Switch, and it totally does. Like it's like arguably a little less elegant, but it still works. Like I had a pretty smooth time with it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I just got so much intrinsic enjoyment out of the aiming in the Wii U version that the fact that it's so much more awkward on Switch kind of was a pretty big bummer. Even though the game itself, like, you can play the video game. Like I think I don't think it makes the game like really meaningfully harder to get through. It's just that it just immediately gave me the sense of technical friction that I didn't really enjoy. There's something else I want to say about that.
But I guess it's like Sin and Punishment 2, where you can play with the controller, but it's like a lot of the fun is just flailing your arm around with the remote.
I think that's a great comparison. What was my other point? I almost had it.
Can I briefly? Yeah, unless you have something else.
Oh no, yeah, go ahead.
I do want to briefly talk about the gamepad controls in Pikmin 3 and how they're so close to being insanely great, and now they're like fine. What I found, this actually probably like significantly hampered my enjoyment of the game until I kind of just got used to it. The way you tell the captains to go here and stuff like that, the way it works in Pikmin 3 with the gamepad on Wii U is you have a cursor that's locked to the center of the gamepad at all times, right? Of like the map. And you pan the map until the cursor is at whatever point you want them to be at, and then you hit go here. And you have to have them be selected, right? Like you have to be controlling that captain in order to have them be go here. If you had something, dare I say it, like more like a
a PC RTS, where you could just tap the captain and then tap the point, and they would all just immediately go there. That would be like insane. That would be amazing.
See, on Switch, it's not that, but on Switch they do streamline it a lot because the way it works is that instead of linearly cycling between the captains, you just hold one button and then you get like this cross-shaped menu, and then you can select one of the three, right? So you can switch to any given captain more instantaneously. But then the Go Here interface, that's still the same as on Wii U. Yeah.
Yeah, and I have to wonder. It's probably a technical thing where they implemented it not thinking of the gamepad before, and then they put the gamepad and they kind of just had to retrofit it in.
Yeah. I will say that, yeah, I already mentioned, like, I was mind blown by just the polish and the graphics, like the depth of field and all the modeling on the fruit and stuff looks super fucking good. I mean, I guess it's probably accurate to say that this is Nintendo's first proper HD game. Obviously there was fucking New Super Mario Brothers U and Nintendo Land at launch, but I don't know if we should count those. It's sort of interesting to see that Nintendo were so immediately comfortable with those modern rendering techniques and like just really high quality modeling and good textures and all that stuff. And then they also go the extra mile of, again, having this mechanic where you can instantly switch between 3 different characters on any part of the map. And it is truly instantaneous. And like you can almost imagine it's sort of like GTA 5 where, you have this overhead view and then you press the button and then it's like it instantly just goes there. And doing that on a system that's, I mean, I'm not super technically versed with this stuff, but like I think there was only 1 gigabyte of usable RAM on the Wii U, and also the CPU is really slow. So it's not the type of console that would be suited to this kind of thing, and they still pull it off, and it's pretty crazy.
You can tell from the frame rate on the Wii. They were. It is actually shocking to me. Like Pikmin 4 has had drops here and there, but otherwise runs pretty smoothly. It's probably like the first like Switch game, just not like run like complete fucking shit. And then the Wii U one is like, even. I mean, I'm a low frame rate lover. I was reveling.
I was like thinking, yeah. Every time I was on the fruit like juice screen, I was like, okay, I get why Pang likes this.
Yeah, dude. I love it when menus in games like that. It's like they either they tried loading shit and they were too lazy to like put in a background thread, so they just fucking blocked on the animation. It is so wow. It is. I mean, we'll see with the next game that Pikmin is a series that can really do some amazing things with frame rate. But, Pikmin 3 is truly a great example.
I mean, in fairness, I think the game itself, like most of the game, actually runs pretty smooth. It hit 30 for me most of the time. It's just the fruit screen that's like insane, the juice screen.
Yeah, it's more than playable for sure. Yeah. And it's like it's not like it doesn't get consistently down to 20s in gameplay or whatever. It's just like you turn the camera a certain way and then cache down.
Totally,
you get a drop down to like 25 and then it comes back up. It's not too bad.
Yeah, I guess about so Pikmin 3 in general, I think Heather already mentioned that the game is a little more sequenced. It does feel a little bit more, I think we said this when we were sort of casually discussing the series, that it feels like a Gen 8 kind of game, and that it linearly presents exciting scenarios. It has set PC boss fights and stuff like that. Personally, I felt like it pulled that off really well, especially with the aiming emphasis. I mean, this is gonna sound corny, but like I almost had like Wii shooter kind of vibes. And they even think of some fun twists. For example, there's the moment in the story where Louie shows up and steals all your fruit, and for those couple days you have to survive on the fruit that you find in that moment in the field. And I didn't get into serious trouble when that happened, but I did think that was a nice use of that structure and of that, of that overarching fucking premise. In the moment, it did get me a little bit tense.
Yeah, it's really it's surprising how often it'll do a little like left turn. I think the final boss is a great example.
Yeah.
Of, like it's got this structure to not like, oh, okay, the game came out over like 10 years ago or whatever, so I don't really feel bad spoiling. Like, you're basically chased by this like bizarre alien monster, and you basically it sort of like enshrines the multitasking, because you really have to have one captain running around just distracting the monster, and the rest of you is like going around like it's a normal level, like solving the puzzle, and then afterwards you like do a fight, and I think Hot Pocket brought this up. Like, it's not really that mind blowing in practice, because once you sort of realize like what the best route is for your guy to run around in, you're just like, you basically have a guy babysitting the monster, and then you're like playing an actual level in the background. But I do think going out on a limb and not just being like, let's throw a final boss fight in here, okay, and then like a very like, okay, you walk into the arena and you fight them, and then you credits roll. I think I admire them for that choice. It's a very fitting like end to the game for sure.
Yeah, I totally agree that I could imagine a version of this where they go even harder on it, because I agree that the baby, like, once I wrapped my head around it, I did. It was really just a cycle of, okay, I pause the game like every 30 seconds to tell my one little guy to like distract the monster, and then blah, whatever. Peng, you mentioned, I think during the last session that we were trying to sort of compare the approach to time limits between Pikmin 1 and 3, and how Pikmin 1 doesn't really serve super casual players or super hardcore players very well. I guess the fruit system, maybe you could look at it as a way to contextualize it more meaningfully, because I sort of had this idea in my head where, okay, like, by collecting fruit, I give myself more time, but then by spending time, I use fruit, right? So my final tally in the game will be sort of it will be a direct relationship or a direct correlation between for how much completion did I go for, and how fast did I actually achieve those goals. And I guess I didn't really look into like what speedruns or challenge runs for this game kind of look like, but I sort of I could sort of see this idea that maybe you want to finish the game with the highest amount of fruit possible, and then you have to decide, okay, maybe I don't get all the fruit because I'm just gonna spend more time in the process, and then it's not gonna be worth it. Does anyone have maybe thoughts on that?
I think, like, well, in terms of like, if you were like, say, to do a speedrun Pikmin 3, or even just like do it fast, and like you're trying to do it like within the day system, right? I think that sort of necessitates you getting like as little fruit as possible, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to divert resources to it, and I think it's sort of this how to put it. The fruit system, it's basically you're adding like a malleable resource that actually like takes in-game like effort to manipulate into the actual structure of the game. Whereas for Pikmin 1, you have this big, you sort of like this like static time limit.
Yeah.
And it's just constantly ticking down. In the last session, I sort of mentioned like, I think, like you were saying, I think the people who are going to benefit most from Pikmin 1's time limit are people who are like somewhat challenged by the 30-day time limit, but can like work within it. So like if you're a newbie, you're just going to get fucked. Sorry, get good, etc. Once you get past the 30-day time limit and it's not an issue, then you just never think about it again. Like, it's not really bearing down on you the same way. It's certainly there in the subtext, and like I think experientially it's important to establish like that feeling of like losing oxygen and being straight on the planet with like, little hope of survival. But from a mechanical perspective, it doesn't really like there's not a lot of nuance to it. But you sort of run into the opposite issue with Pikmin 3, where it's like, I think the fruit system in the Wii U version anyway, because like as Heather said, it's like baby mode basically. If you're very, very casual, then the fruit system is going to force you to execute the multitasking to the best of your ability. Because I've certainly seen testimonials from people where Pikmin 3 was like, oh my god, I'm running out of time, I'm gonna have to rewind, this game's too hard, blah blah blah. So I think for some people who are not used to that kind of like critical thinking, it's going to be much more of a challenge. And I do respect the game for like setting something up that appeals to that group of people. And at the same time, if you're like a top player, then the fruiting actually, not the fruiting, but the fruit actually takes an important role in the routing that is going to influence the way, like, okay, here's what I'm going to do on this day. Here's the fruit I'm going to pick up. I know this fruit will last me this amount of time, so I'm going to do as much stuff as I can before I run out of juice again, and then et cetera, et cetera. I find that loop interesting, but then if you're in the middle, like all of us, then it's like, oh, I see fruit, I'm going to go pick it up. And then you just have like a zillion jars of fruit by the end of the game. I do want to play in the hard mode, the Switch version, because that does sound very appealing. Other than the fact that I'd have to like replay the whole game on what the hard difficulty in that game is just the Wii U version, I think. And then there's like the ultra spicy, which actually is
exactly they added an even easier mode on the Switch.
It's whatever, fucking Nintendo. But I don't really want to play through it. Like I'd feel like fine playing through the campaign again, but maybe like 2 or 3 years down the road, because I only played Pikmin 3 like last year, so I don't usually replay games that quick. But,
honestly, I played through it a week ago, like I said, and like I'm still pumped. I still have gas in the tank. I could go for another playthrough right now. Like I was actually pretty stoked by the end of my playthrough. So I wouldn't mind having to unlock the extra difficulty, but at the same time, it's kind of silly that you have to.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they didn't think of like the 3 Wii U owners. Yeah.
I do want to throw one more take in if no one else had something they want to bring up. I think, and I think I mentioned this in chat as well, so I'm like building on that idea. This idea that I think Pikmin 1, in terms of how it approaches multitasking, it's really like it's like a negative reinforcement, right? Like the time limit exists to like impose a restriction on you in this very like this way that's relevant to like understanding Alamar's experience. And in that way, it's like it doesn't necessarily like give you explicit mechanics built around it, but it's just sort of like forcing into the scenario where you have to multitask to survive, which I think is appealing in its own way. I do really like that Pikmin 3, it goes with like the positive reinforcement route, like Heather was saying earlier. You get these 3 captains pretty early on. They give you very easy tools to multitask with them. Like it's very intuitive to like set them up to do separate things and have them run off. And they're all equally privileged, which in Pikmin 4 we'll get to later. That one sort of goes like an asymmetric way with how its 2 captains work. But Pikmin, I really just like how there wasn't necessarily like a restrictive motive for me to actually be multitasking in 3. I just did it because it was fun. I just did it because it was there, and it really I find it a big positive for that game, where just by making the mechanics so accessible while still like retaining all the nuance of actually conducting the multitasking, I found that very interesting. I would like to hear, because I know Hot Pocket at least, and maybe John and Raph, I know y'all did a bunch of the mission mode stuff.
I want to ask about that as well.
Well, first of all, I'll just say I think it's worthwhile to point out that the changes with 3's control scheme and the go here and the 3 captains makes it a lot more like a traditional RTS in terms of like your sort of like StarCrafts, relic stuff like Company of Heroes and Homeworld and all that those type of games. And I think also that I'll go to the mission mode, but I want to say this first. I think that actually makes the combat sort of more interesting in a different way. So like Pikmin 2 is like, okay, the combat is sort of more interesting on its own, because you have Swarm and all that stuff, and like more chaotic enemies. And 3 has like that traditional sort of RTS thing where you can sort of do the combat while you're doing macro stuff at the same time. Like you can be doing theoretically you could do a boss. The speedruns probably do this. I haven't looked. You could be doing a boss, and then like in between attacks or whatever, you can switch to the other captains and give orders, and then switch back. And so I think that actually probably gives
the combat a little more weight and being integrated into it, as opposed to I just throw the Pikmin or whatever. Which I think suits the game more. Even though I really just like the fact that it took out Swarm, but like, okay, it sort of makes sense given this structure. Yeah. So what you all were talking about with like the positive reinforcement, I think that really is sort of most exemplified, I guess, in the mission mode, which basically takes the Pikmin 2 structure, but like compressed in a Pikmin 3 way, in the sense of like, okay, here's a map. You usually have about 10 minutes, give or take. Here's all these random stuff, like all these random treasures around the map. Each one's worth a certain amount of money depending on what it is. Get as much as you can. And you get ranked based on how much you get. This is, I think, my favorite content in any Pikmin game, where it has a lot of that open-ended routing stuff, but in a really dense way that I think it's like sort of obvious. Instead of it being like, I don't know, it just makes it more explicit, I guess, instead of the fruit thing, where it's like, the fruit thing is like, okay, maybe you won't feel pressured to like get all the fruit because you're already doing it. But it's like, this one, it's like, okay, it's obvious because I have 5 minutes left, and like, if I get 3 more strawberries or whatever, I'm gonna go from the bronze to the silver medal. Like at all times, you have a little meter at the top of the screen that kind of ticks up, and you can see how close you are to the next medal. And it's like, I think that is like really. I think the challenge modes are kind of like that. I didn't play those. Did anyone play those?
I did not play them. Yeah, I haven't touched them.
In any of the games, or just the third one?
1 and 2 have challenge mode.
I played the challenge mode for 1, and yeah, it was pretty good. It's just you're just trying to make as many Pikmin as possible. So I think you could definitely you could route that and get something really interesting out of it. I didn't really sit down and do it, but I liked what I saw.
Yeah, I think that's something that's interesting about the 3 mission modes also, is that the Pikmin are sort of just scattered around the map in different areas, and you have to get them. And some maps you can also kill enemies and bring them back to the onion and make more. So there is like that tension that you get in the main game of like using my Pikmin to get money versus using them to make more Pikmin to maybe get more reward later. Like there's even maps. There's a map based on the Pikmin 2 one that's much more combat focused. That's like in a bunch of caves, and it's like, okay, like there's a strategy where I think you could. There's that the black and red dude that's like really nasty or whatever, and I think you can feed him white Pikmin and get him poisoned and kill him, or you could do the combat regularly, or you could try to avoid him. Like there's all these different routing options you have that I think is like, I think for me it really encapsulated a lot of what I loved about Pikmin 1, but just in a really sort of bite-sized manner. Because it uses the Pikmin 2 enemies, which I think are really good. So it's sort of like Pikmin 1, but in 10 minutes, and with the good enemies, and with good maps. So it's the best.
Yeah, I was going to say...
Oh, yeah, sorry, no, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I felt like I didn't play that much, but I felt like much more encouraged to do the multitasking than I ever did in like the Pikmin 3 like main campaign. And I think one of the biggest problems structurally with Pikmin 3 is like the first half is like a tutorial. Like there's a linear portion where you're getting all your captains and you're getting all the Pikmin. And I think there are a few like explicit, like you need to toss somebody onto like another platform. Yeah. But as far as like the more complex maneuvers, you don't really have like the same kind of like map control or map access as you do. So you reach the halfway point, and that like, and then you at that point, I think you've got like 30 or 40. You have whatever the threshold is for the good ending. There's kind of like, if you really want to go for it and you can do all the really interesting stuff, you have the option, but it is very much for people who are really into like that side of the game. And I think it's more just a personal taste thing, but I like it when it's like the most interesting way to play is also like kind of like the, you're kind of forced into it. And the mission mode was like, you have like I think even with the first one on the Wii U version is like you have 7 minutes to get all like, to clear out an entire map. And I was like, I barely got bronze in like what I played. And I was like, oh my God, how do it was like a totally different side of the game that I think like the main campaign doesn't really illustrate well enough.
Yeah, I'm glad we're talking about this because I feel like it'd be really easy to sleep on those kinds of side modes. It's probably not what most of the Pikmin audience really cares about. So I'll definitely have to dig in myself. There's another Pikmin game that sort of came out around this this particular era, but it's not Pikmin 4. It's Hey Pikmin.
そう、不思議な生物ピクミンとの出会いです。Hey Pikmin.
And Raph actually finished the whole thing.
I did.
And you're a changed man.
I've spent more time with my family ever since then. We're only on this earth for so long.
See, the thing is, when this came out, I think my impression was that, okay, it's sort of weird. We're going to talk about this with Pikmin 4, but the vibe generally was, where the fuck is Pikmin 4? And is this it? Question mark. And no, it was not it, clearly. And again, the vibe that I got immediately is, okay, nobody is taking this really seriously. This doesn't really, I'm gonna say the corny generic phrase that everybody like throws at this kind of thing, but like, this doesn't look like Pikmin. I did not play it too much myself. Did not look very interesting. This one was developed by Arzest, who also made bangers such as Yoshi's New Island. And did they also do Balan Wonderworld?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought maybe I'm mixing it up with some other studio. Yeah.
It's Naoto Oshima's studio. So
Yes.
he's the Sonic and Knights designer, and
Yes.
then he was put in the Nintendo second party mines after Blinks 2 sadly did not blow up the charts. So his
Yeah.
old company Artoon, I think, sort of just transitioned to Arzest, and then they were on this gravy train, just shoveling out extra content in Nintendo's dark ages.
He was also producer on Hey Pikmin. I learned as well. Raph, you wrote a great review for this game on this Discord that we're all in together. We're probably not gonna read the whole thing, but maybe do you want to give us like the Cliff Notes version?
Yeah, I think there's like a good summary towards the bottom. Playing this game left me depressed, and Hey Pikmin is one of the earliest examples of artificial soul. So I think those two go hand in hand. It's a strange little. I would say it's a cinematic platformer, right? It's a platformer where your ability to traverse the environment is very rigid, very simplistic, very limited. You're Olimar, there are obstacles in the way, you throw the Pikmin at obstacles, rinse repeat for 10 hours. Just one of the most patronizing, mind-numbing, waste of time puzzle games I've ever played. It's mind-blowing that Nintendo put out a game as shallow and repetitive and nonsensical as Hey Pikmin, but it exists. I played it. It was bad.
I mean, so you're
like
saying it's
Pikmin
bad,
2.
right? But if you check Metacritic, it seems like this game is better than Rain World.
Right, that's true. So the thing critics really love about this game is that there's an amiibo feature. So if you put Mario on your little Nintendo new 3DS, it'll give a little pop-up saying, "Ooh, Mario, he is a person," and then there's a little lore entry, and you're like, "Wow, that was funny." And so you just gotta buy like $60 worth of amiibo, and then the game gets really funny. 7 out of 10.
I mean, yeah. So I mean, in all seriousness, the way you described it sounded like surprisingly dreadful. I did not, even like looking at it from the outside, it did not give the vibe that it would be this bad. Pang, you're like an enjoyer of vegetables, right?
Oh yeah, I'm always sautéing. I did snow peas recently. I sautéed some lovely snow peas. Put some garlic powder on top, a little bit of cumin. It was very yummy. Yeah.
Is Hey Pikmin veggies?
It's more like white bread. Like I could see why like a child would like it, right? But it's sort of I don't know. I do know if I eat too much of it, it makes me fall asleep. Which Hey Pikmin definitely does, because I keep my 3DS on my bedside table, so it's sort of the like, all right, gotta go to bed. Let me try to finish a whole world, right? And then I do one level. I'm snoring. Like it is. I think it is like good for that purpose, but Hot Pocket saying it's the open package in the back of the fridge. Yes, yeah, it's like losing its taste. It's still got some like a little too much sugar to make it yummy, and it like feels weird because it's like it's either been dehydrated and then retoasted, so it's just like a brick, or you put it in the microwave and it's just like soggy, and I don't know.
I think you're being a little too
generous,
charitable there.
No, I mean, I'm halfway through. I played exactly half the game, and I think I do enjoy that around level like World 4, they started going for a little bit. It's a little bit more high concept. Like some of the levels like have sort of like a central idea that it's based around, that you have to, like, oh, there's one where there's like water the whole time, and you're like throwing your Pikmin out of the way of the water, and then like you're going around the water, and then you get the Pikmin again, and then at the end you get blues, and you can go back and get the treasure that's in the water. I was like, okay, I respect that. That's about as much as you can do with a game where the mechanics are literally just walking side to side, throwing Pikmin, and clicking the jetpack button to hover in the air. I think that's literally all you can do in the game. So I don't know. It is a bad game, but I can see the vision. It's like not a good vision, but I can.
Does anyone want to add anything else about Hey Pikmin?
Yeah, I mean, we gotta mention the frame rate being horrendous.
I was thinking about asking about that. Yeah, I was considering it.
Single digits. There's some points where it was literally single digits. It was dropping inputs. The frame rate was so low. The flashing icons on the UI weren't flashing anymore because it was like skipping those frames. I can't. And there's one of the final levels. It's like a 7-minute auto scroller. That's like probably the worst frame rate in the entire game. And the hitboxes are borked. If you try to jump on a platform, sometimes you'll just fall through because it's just broken. If you fall off a platform, it's insta-death, so you just gotta start the whole 7-minute auto scroller all over again. It's a slideshow, and I can't believe this was shipped. It's like not acceptable. So I actually went back and tested that Cyberpunk on PS4 has a better frame rate than Hey Pikmin, which...
You know what? That's not too surprising, I guess.
Well, I mean, okay, just to add some context. Okay, for one, before some goes into the Reddit comments and is like, make sure you turn off the 3D. The 3D is disabled in this game. They knew from the get-go that it just was not going to be feasible to render 2 separate screens of this game side by side. Secondly, you would be surprised about how much of this game is 2D. Like, basically anything that isn't you or enemy is like layered 2D. So we're talking like... my theory is that they did like the issue with Final Fantasy 14 1.0, where like in that game it's like, oh, this random potted plant has like 1 million polygons because they were just so hype on it looking good, and they forgot there just tanks the frame rate. I assume that every Pikmin just has like 300,000 polygons. It's like the most like perfectly rounded Pikmin that you can't even see because it's on like the super low res screen. And then it just chugs like shit as soon as you get over like 10 or 15 Pikmin, or if like an enemy walks on screen. It is really I mean, I know people were hating on Balan Wonderworld for being like a also sort of running like a slideshow at points, even though it's literally like it looks like your annoying friend's like Unity project that they've been working on for 3 months. I don't know. I really do respect about how just how bad it runs with so little going on. It is really like the most pain core game in that aspect.
I'm gonna like unironically that is the most intriguing thing about the game. That's the only reason I would play it. So just to experience the glory of the barely running frame rate.
Well, I mean, the biggest inconsistency, the biggest mystery is when you finish a level, there's like an optional park you can go to that stores all the Pikmin you've collected. There's a short cutscene where it shows like up to like 20, 30 Pikmin fully rendered in 3D, and it runs, and I swear to God, 60 FPS.
It does, yes.
So awesome.
I don't understand like why it runs so well there and then is totally unplayable elsewhere. It's nonsense.
I wonder. This one probably does not have new 3DS support, or because like maybe if you overclock it, then it's like
that's cheating. Like, let's be real.
Yeah, come on. It doesn't count.
Well, I think Hot Pocket was streaming it, and he had it in like on throttle mode on accident, so just running normally, and I was like, no.
It was the emulator, and the emulator doesn't like it doesn't simulate the like being limited by the clock speed and stuff like that. I don't think. So yeah, it was running at a rock solid 30 FPS or whatever, which is not the intended experience. Clearly,
no, it's not. It's cinematic. Well, okay, that is the only part of it being a cinematic platformer that I'll agree upon, because it's like not a cinematic platformer. But
well, maybe it's the most cinematic platformer.
It has a very cinematic frame rate, so maybe I can give
no,
it that.
It is 100% cinematic platform, right? It's in the same category as like Death Stranding and Katamari.
Yeah,
I think it's kind of ridiculous for you to imply otherwise.
Yeah. Okay, this is like I think this is the deepest dissection you'll ever hear about Hey Pikmin. I think we did our dues. Thank you, Raph, and thank you, Pang, for the sacrifice that you made.
Of course, yeah. It wasn't a sacrifice. I'm going to keep playing it.
Yeah, I still have secrets and optional missions to get to, so.
Nice. So there's another Pikmin game that's maybe slightly less important. It's called Pikmin 4. It came out this year. I find Pikmin 4's, and this has been kind of a running meme, I find the development or the announcement history of this game very interesting, because back in 2015, Eurogamer reported that it was confirmed to them in an interview with Miyamoto that Pikmin 4 is basically done. And Miyamoto would then reiterate this in 2016 and 2017. But then we didn't actually see the game until 2022. So I think, did anyone maybe find out if there's any more information on the game's development? Like what happened there? Why? Like what the early versions of it were? Was it planned to be a Wii U game? Because I couldn't find anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of still a mystery. I remember someone was posting about like the in 4 like the currency is like sparklium or whatever, and that was actually introduced in Hey Pikmin, which
yeah, you mentioned that.
Seems to suggest that like they were being developed like concurrently. So I honestly have no idea, but I mean, like, I guess 4 was just in development hell for a really long time.
Hapaka saying in chat, the beginning of 4 was a bit too well paced initially, so they had to go back and redo it so it matched Pikmin 2 more. we'll talk about that. Yeah, that's like the sparklium thing is sort of mind blowing actually, because like it's such a weird thing to keep around, right? You would have to assume that, okay, maybe, I guess we could say, we can already go into maybe that this is the most exploratory Pikmin game yet. This game has really big environments where you're kind of leisurely collecting treasure, collecting items, collecting this sparklium that determines your progression, that also can be used as currency to spend on other stuff. And I guess like, yeah, it is a very random, unnecessary tie-in with Hey Pikmin, right? And really makes you wonder how early that design was kind of settled. Maybe it was always intended to be this open. Maybe there weren't too many changes over the course of development. I don't know. It's like I would love to learn more about that. I guess the time window is also interesting because if Miyamoto said it was basically done in 2015, that's a little bit too early for the Switch. Because obviously that was March 2017. If they were in the middle of development in 2015, then I could believe, okay, it was always planned for the Switch, right? But I don't know, it's very, very odd. Hot Pocket, you played it. I don't know if you played the least out of our group. I think, John, did you play Pikmin 4 at all?
I have a Switch. I can't.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I was here for 3. I was like, yeah, we'll talk about 3 a bunch. I was like, no.
Yeah. So, Hot Pocket, you played it for a couple hours, and the way you summarize it was, I sure am controlling a character in 3D space.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to believe it gets better, but like the beginning is just atrocious in my opinion. I'm not sure which is worse, this or 2. Probably 2 is worse to the beginning, but like it really is quite bad in my opinion. It's just these sort of nothing burger levels where just, I mean, there's like some stuff you can do, and maybe I'm wrong, you know. This is the type of thing where the game's very recent, so you know, someone's gonna post the speed run of it, and it's like, oh, I look like an idiot. But like, from like a casual perspective, it's like there's just nothing happening here, and like, I found the controls to be a huge regression. Owachi's like funny dog. I like the funny dog, but like, I didn't find it that engaging. I don't know. I think it's backloaded like Pikmin 2, so I think I probably experienced the worst part of the game. It just didn't interest me.
I'm having this constant. I finished the game. I did the true ending as well, and I had this constant fight with myself where I'm like, yeah, I'm sort of engaged by this. This is sort of fun, like in a way. I think Hot Pocket, you mentioned this like on a previous session as well, that Nintendo games are fun because you press buttons or something, right? And it's sort of enjoyable that way. But like the second I would seriously analyze literally anything, I was like, yeah, this is kind of a baby game that's very streamlined. I think so you mentioned the controls, for example. This is the game that goes heaviest on lock-on out of all the games so far. Or, you know, I mean, Pikmin 3 was the first one that had lock-on, but like in this game it's way more substantial in terms of its effect. In 3, on Wii U at least, it literally only kept the enemy on screen. Whereas here, it basically does all the aiming for you. And after, you know, Pikmin 3's emphasis on aiming, that felt like kind of an odd step, especially considering that Nintendo, you know, have had such an emphasis on motion aiming and gyro and all this stuff in their recent games. My impression is just that whenever you have any kind of challenge or obstacle or situation or enemy or whatever, there is not much in the way of like precision maneuvering of the Pikmin involved. It is more of a question of, okay, I just, you know, especially with the fact that you have Ochi as, you know, the big dog. That's obviously the big selling point of this game. Whenever you hop onto Ochi, all the Pikmin in your squad will also hop on his back, right? So you can move as one consolidated, sort of, you know, unshakable kind of unit, right? You basically, your Pikmin can't fall off or be disrupted or whatever unless you're directly attacked. And because of that, and because of the aiming changes and all that, I felt that a lot of the situations in the game were literally just about maneuvering my character relatively well and then timing certain actions. For example, you have this tackle that you can charge, and you just let it rip kind of at the right moment. Actually, yeah, when I think about it, it's like, it feels like most fights sort of boil down to that. You just wait for the right moments to do the charge, and then blah, and then you recall the Pikmin at the right moments. does anyone maybe have thoughts on that? Like, just the streamlined nature of the game, or just how everything kind of flows?
Well, yeah, I wanted to talk about that specifically, the aspect you brought up where like when you hop on Ochi, your entire squad comes with you. It like super like simplifies the combat. So like it's very difficult to have any of your Pikmin die anymore.
Yeah.
And like they bring back the Water Wraith from Pikmin 2, but the Water Wraith in 2 only worked because you had your squad following behind you. When in 4, when you're moving all together as one big unit, the Water Wraith is like there's no tension anymore. There's no risk of like having a few stragglers get squashed or whatever. So it reuses like so many enemies and concepts are reused from 2, but a lot of the streamlined changes in 4 just completely undermine why those aspects worked in 2. But I think generally I want to say that the way the game is streamlined in general, though there are aspects of the streamline that I cannot stand, but I mean generally with 4, the goal was clearly to like just bring in new players, because like Pikmin has never sold particularly well. Just the audience of like with its art style, like the biggest selling point, especially for like the primary demographic of like younger Nintendo fans, like the biggest draw there is like the storytelling and the creature designs and these environments and all that. And the gameplay is like this weird sort of RTS-ish thing has always gotten in the way of that, and I think a lot of the changes in 4, like the ability to have your whole squad move as one unit, the different camera perspective, the lock on, taking things, taking a lot more concepts from 2. It's I think sort of selling the series to newcomers in some like extremely smart and clever ways, even if I personally think it makes the game a lot worse.
Yeah. I think we discussed the sales of this game sort of casually again on Discord in the past, and it seems like this game is on track to be like the best-selling Pikmin game, and it's definitely just like everything involving Ochi and all the fucking Louis memes and all this shit. It does feel like, yeah, this is a game that has a pretty good amount of engagement on social media and stuff. So I sort of get it, right? That I get that. I think Miyamoto also mentioned this again in an interview, that he always wanted Pikmin to be more popular than it is, and it never quite worked out. And I think he even said, yeah, I don't know why this isn't more popular. And once you look at Pikmin 4 under that lens, a lot of the changes feel like they're specifically motivated by that. I saw an interesting article. I need to dig it up again. I forget what website it was, but it was basically saying that Pikmin 4 feels like it tries to encapsulate everything that sort of has made Pikmin up to that point, and then introduce those concepts much more gradually and much more carefully, right? So by the end of Pikmin 4, then you'll basically be playing the type of game that Pikmin fans were already playing with Pikmin 1 and 3. There's like there's a big post-game secret thing in Pikmin 4. Should I spoil it? I don't know if that's appropriate.
Go ahead and spoil it.
Yeah, I would say go ahead.
I guess,
we're like 5 hours into this like podcast for 5 people. Like, go for it, dude.
Yeah. So basically, Pikmin 4 contains this little side thing called Olimar's Shipwrecked Tale, I think. And it sort of comes across like basically a soft remake of Pikmin 1, where you go through Pikmin 4's levels again, but you're playing as Olimar. You have a 15-day time limit, and you're collecting parts, just like Pikmin 1. I only played 2 days of it. Heather, I think you finished it? I think you did everything in the game?
I did not finish that. That was one of the. I only got all the treasures. I played a couple of days of the Olimar mission. Then I honestly thought it was a little bit boring, just because you're playing the Pikmin 4 levels, but you're only controlling one captain, and I just think the levels themselves were like clearly made for like you and Ochi together simultaneously, and just it's just the level progression is not as like interesting or open ended as one. I think
you get Moss pretty quickly. Like,
oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah, Moss is like near the starting part of the second area. So I did everything, but I think I have 7 pieces left. Is that right? Yeah. Oh no, 6 pieces left. But it's like they're all basically like in one spot in the Hero's Hideaway map. Because there's like a weird thing because of like a continuity thing where like the tutorial for the campaign is already a fucking tutorial, and the main campaign is like you play as Olimar with Moss, and then you do a little like it just shows you controls. You basically do that part again in near the end of the Olimar tale, which is very jarring. But the rest of it is just it's like Pikmin 1. I think it does a good job of I don't know. There's a lot of mechanics that I liked that I felt were seized upon well in this mode. So this is after having like done everything in the first 3 levels. I've gotten all the parts and shit. I do like. I think moving the base. So one of the things that enables the more exploratory nature of Pikmin 4 in the main levels is that you can move the base around.
Yeah.
And so this also transports all the Pikmin that are close to the base. So I think some people complain it's like, oh, it makes it too easy. And to be fair, it just sort of like it sort of segments the areas in a weird way. I think there's enough ambiguity over like for certain treasures or certain like things, whether you actually like which base is best, and so you have like some decision making. And I like it in this mode because then it's like it basically gives you a way that if you plan all your like movement right, you can have Olimar like set up a bunch of like Pikmin to carry stuff to one of the bases, and then have Moss, your Ochi replacement, run off to another base, start some stuff, and then once everyone's moved their stuff to the first base, move the base to the second place, and then have Olimar run back. I like that kind of thing. I also like that there's the materials. There's basically like things you can pick up around Pikmin. And in Pikmin 4, and I think Pikmin 3 as well, there's like materials you can pick up that basically allow you to build like bridges and stuff. Those are in much shorter supply in the Olimar mode, so like actually collecting enough of them is sort of it's like an extra part of your routing, which I like. I think it's pretty good. It's not like as good as Pikmin 1, but it's sort of grafting that structure onto the Pikmin 4 levels, so I get that it wouldn't be as as well put together. I do also like that they remix all the levels completely. Like they trim some of the levels down a bit, so it's not like some of the like areas that would probably be like a little annoying. Like they're like out of the way. They just cut them off, so like everything's generally centralized around where you start, much like the original game. Yeah, I think it's a good mode. I think a 15-day time limit is really like 30-day time limit, whatever. 15-day time limit, I'm like shaking my head up and down. I got like dollar signs in my eyes, like, yeah, this motherfucker. But it's not really like it's so much easier than just like even doing it blindly. I think I was like one part the first day, one part the second day, 6 parts the third day, like some insane shit like that. It's not difficult even just to freestyle, but it will put some onus on you to actually like sit and think about what you're gonna do between you and Moss, which I think should serve a good segue into actually like the whole asymmetric captain thing that this game throws with Ochi and Moss.
Totally. I guess like I didn't spend enough time with this mode, but I'm kind of happy to hear that it still has merit, because I was, again, as someone who felt that the mechanics are a little too streamlined compared to the previous games. I was kind of worried that maybe it wouldn't justify its existence, but that's pretty cool that it's still they still enjoyed it. I totally feel that with the fact that Moss and Ochi are sort of a take on the multi-character idea that obviously 2 kind of flirted with, and then 3 fully capitalize on, in the sense that they don't have the same abilities as you. So yeah, I'll just say Ochi for simplicity. Yeah, Ochi, for example, he can still whistle Pikmin. He can still get them on his back when he's on his own. What's stuff that Ochi can do? I kind of forget.
He can't charge, which so in this game, you basically in the previous games you could swarm. So swarm allows you to like move the Pikmin around you. You can do that in Pikmin 4 with like an unlockable. But what you get much earlier on is the charge, and the charge allows you to whatever you're locked onto, tell the Pikmin to run there right now, and it'll generally do. You have to like if you press it. I think if you press it once, it sends your current like if you're selecting blues right now, it'll send all the blues. If you double click, it'll send everything. If you mash really hard until Ochi gets his act together, he'll also run off and do whatever. He's sort of unresponsive. Many of the controls in this game are actually pretty unresponsive, unfortunately. But so Ochi cannot charge. So a lot of enemies that you can just obliterate with the charge, which is virtually like every enemy in the game, he's going to struggle with more. But he does have his own charge, which is on a very light cooldown, but will allow him to. He'll basically run forward into the enemy, and then all the Pikmin will fly off onto his back. So you don't really get to choose which Pikmin you're sending off. So like for some elemental creatures, that can be an issue. And you have to be able to touch that part of the enemy with Ochi. But that in its own way is like another way to obliterate enemies. So you sort of have this... it is a light like choice you have to make. In general, stuff like... there's probably some more important stuff that is like very explicit. Like Ochi can jump, so there's like small little gaps you can jump up.
Yeah,
and only those gaps. If you try to mess with it, he just won't jump because fuck you, Nintendo. I hate you. But and in the places where he can specifically jump, he can jump. So if you like split them up, you can't really take Alamar a place that he can't. Or it's not Alamar. Sorry, whatever your random PC that you make is. You'll have to like make sure that Ochi is going to places where you have to jump. Oh yes, Hotdog is mentioning the metal bars. Some areas, especially this is more in the dungeons, in the challenges, there are metal bars that Ochi can't walk through, but the Pikmin can, and the Pikmin can transport small items like the carryable by one items through the bars, but they otherwise like they can't carry anything big through the bars. Ochi can't go through the bars. A lot of the caves will just like, oh, find the button, hit the button. Okay, now the bars are down. I can move freely. It's like something like that. I don't know. I think some of the challenges get a little more exotic, shall we say, with actually making you think about the bars and not just letting you bypass them. But it's sort of few and far between. And even even with like parts you can jump up, generally there's like an alternate way. At least in those cases, you generally have to like assemble a bridge or a climbing wall, or I guess climbing walls which you can't climb up either. There's like a lot of small things basically that like differentiate the two. They're not huge. Really, the main limiter is that actually getting Ochi to like carry a squad and like splitting up is like way too much of a fucking pain compared to 3. It is like the controls involved. Like you have to like disband. You have to like disband everyone and then switch Ochi, and then like select the particular Pikmin you want. And those controls are not even bound to the controller. You have to like bind them yourself. It's like it's doable. It takes like once you get the hang of it, it's more reasonable. But like probably 90% of this game, I just stayed on Ochi's back the whole fucking time because it's more convenient.
Yeah, that's what I was. What I was going to say was, I think the sort of approach to asymmetry with like that concept is sort of interesting because you can play like most of the game just as a single unit riding on Ochi's back, like probably like 80% of the game. Like the areas where you actually have to split up, where it's like, okay, your main character can only do this, or Ochi can only do this. Like those are very few and far between, and they're like I think largely optional. So again, I think that's something where like you have that sort of asymmetry to get like more like high level players sort of thinking about routing in different ways, but it's not so crucial that like like casual players have to because like 3, there are a lot of points in 3 where like you have to split up the captains to solve different puzzles to progress, and in 4 that's a lot more optional, and I think it's another area where the game is like trying to be more welcoming to newcomers. And also this one, it has like, this is the first Pikmin game to have like an upgrade system. So like Ochi, initially he starts out like he can't pluck Pikmin on his own. I don't know if he can like whistle. I think he can whistle them on his own, but like there's a lot of stuff that he can't do. And like as you upgrade him, he becomes much more useful in general, but he also just becomes much more like your major character. So it's another thing where it's like you're sort of gradually reducing that asymmetry, but like if you're a high level player and you want to do like a challenge run or whatever, then having to play without that, like playing a version where Ochi can't pluck Pikmin, like that's gonna affect your routing in some interesting ways. So it's cool that it's like those sorts of challenge runs are still like viable, but they do sort of like bungle it. Because like the most like if you're like what I wanted to do after I did the all treasure run was I wanted to go and see like, can I beat this game with literally no upgrades, like because you also gradually upgrade your like Pikmin capacity. You start out only being able to have a squad of 20 at a time, which is super low. And I was like, can you even beat the game with just 20? Like, is that even possible? So I wanted to see that. And playing the game with like, no upgrades, kind of like they really, I think they screwed up, because like, just basic quality of life features, like the ability to tell Ochi like where to go while you're doing something else, like the go here function from Pikmin 3. That's an upgrade. So like if you're doing like a no upgrade challenge run or whatever, like it's basically goes back to the Pikmin 2 situation where you can't control both captains simultaneously, and it was just kind of sucks, to be honest. So I think it was sort of a missed opportunity, but I think generally the game seems pretty flexible in terms of like challenge runs, and I think it's still like early days, right? But I think the way speed runs and that whole community could develop could be very interesting, and I'd be interested to see how it progresses.
Yeah, I can even just reciprocate that. Even like you have a moment where, okay, you stumble on an item or something that you have to transport, and then you instantly have the thought, oh, I could split up here, right? I could have Ochi do this, or I could do this, and then one of us like does something else somewhere else. The game does really invite that in a nice way, even if it's not exactly pushed by any of the structural elements or by the systems. I distinctly felt that the final quote-unquote dungeon, basically the game is sort of strange in that it shows you the credits at a certain point, but the story is actually far from over. There's pretty substantial stuff to do after that point. There's a whole new level, and there's like this big ass final dungeon. And I think when you finish Olimar's Tale, there's even more stuff after that I didn't do yet. But yeah,
you get 10 more challenges and the white and purple onions. Yeah, they apparently the hardest fuck challenges too.
Yeah, that's sort of what I heard. But the final quote-unquote mandatory dungeon to like actually get the true ending, that's where I sort of thought, okay, the game actually, even though the mechanics are so streamlined, it actually can do more with this. Because I was kind of startled by how every single floor basically introduced a completely new enemy, and a lot of the ways that you had to approach each of those situations did feel pretty distinct and pretty interesting. I think the final boss in particular, sort of, there's sort of checks for which types of Pikmin you have. For example, there's certain hazards that you can remove on the field based on, the type of Pikmin that you have with you, but you don't strictly need them, right? You can, for example, because you have to jump, you can just jump over those hazards. And then obviously that changes your relationship to the boss in the space as well. I think the game has ways to, again, it's streamlined itself to the point where, okay, moving in relation to the obstacle or the enemy is like kind of about the only thing that you do, but it still has ways to make that interesting. Heather, maybe do you have thoughts on that? Because I know you played that part as well.
Well, I mean, honestly, for me, like by that point, because I had done like basically everything, and you know, I had gotten like all the upgrades or whatever, so I was just steamrolling everything. And you know, like that entire dungeon, I probably lost maybe like 10 or so Pikmin, and then I get to the final boss, and you know, it was like cool, but it's just like, I don't think they needed to make it like 6 phases. It's so long.
That's kind of true.
Yeah, it's ridiculous how long it is. Yeah, I
yeah. See, I think I'm with you. Where I think my sense was like, this is fun. Like this is kind of how the game could have started. Yeah.
Right.
I think even past that point, you could have done a lot more. It's just like, I guess compared to the whole rest of the game, it did feel like it had some teeth to it. And I sort of appreciated that, but yeah, it's I don't know. I guess my overall vibe is that I enjoyed this game. Like a lot of my enjoyment with the game was kind of in a very shallow way, as sort of mean as that sounds. Where you're seeing cool environments. I think the game is very pretty. Maybe not as much as Pikmin 3, but I definitely think there's a lot of merit to like the presentation and the quote-unquote vibes. But I don't know, I could just never figure out quite where I stand on it, because it had those really obvious, like, again, that really obvious quote-unquote casualization that I think I would be way harsher on than most other games. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, and generally, I think like I'm in a similar place where I'm mostly sort of mixed on it. Just the casualization is like I was saying earlier. In some ways, I think it's very intelligent. But in a lot of ways, it's just sort of playing into a lot of like current like AAA design trends towards like, you know, checklist games. Like there's all these, you know, upgrade paths and side quests, and like the side quests aren't even interesting. There's stuff that you're just going to do naturally as a part of playing the game, you know. And the rewards themselves, like, you know, you discover every enemy type in the game, and then your reward is like $30. It's like it's so skewed, and it's just in general, the game is just wants to just shove as much content in your face as possible. So, like, you're really just sort of encouraged to engage with it in this very shallow, like, junk food way. Like I think it is like it's a solid game. I think it's fine if you know you've never played a Pikmin game before and you're worried that the earlier games would be too like stressful or difficult or, you know, alien. I think 4 is like an extremely good jumping on point, but it is I think ultimately it's sort of like just sort of a junk food game.
Yeah. Pangard.
But I was going to say, I think part of the reason it's hard to get a good read on this game is because it's so segmented, unlike the other games, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like 1 is like a very tight, like coiled up experience. 3 is mostly the same way. I think the expanded mission mode in that one is arguably like, okay, here's like another segment, but it's like outside of the main campaign. And 2 has like, okay, you have caves and then you have above grounds. It's like 2 separate segments, and then 4 has like, you've got overworld. You've got the caves, and then you've also got Dandori challenges, which are these like, it's basically like the mission mode stuff from 3, which is like by far the best of the like part of 4, I think. I wanted to mention one that I really thought was cool, and y'all probably ran into at one point. It's like you're basically. And it's like in one of the playhouse areas, and you have blues and ice Pikmin. So the ice Pikmin in this game, they've done a lot with the water to sort of make it like. I think one thing I sort of don't like about the older games, especially like 1, is that like water. When you hit water sectors, you're carrying blues like all the time, and they've added more ways to engage with water. So ice Pikmin can not only float along the water, but also when you put enough of them in the water, they freeze the top. So this particular level, when you have multiple separate segments of of water, and I think it takes like 5 ice Pikmin each to freeze them, and so you're given 5 ice Pikmin near the start, and then like 10 blues, and so if you freeze the water, then it's very easy to carry stuff back to the base, and I think it opens up a couple areas you can't like get to otherwise. But it also freezes certain treasures under the surface, and then there's like I think 2 or 3 separate areas that you need to keep track of that each can be frozen or unfrozen at any given point. So you're basically given all these different routes on which you could okay, let me grab all the treasures that are underwater first. Oh, but then I don't have enough blue Pikmin to do that, so maybe I should freeze some of the water and then have blue Pikmin back doing stuff while I get other blue Pikmin, and then you're constantly sort of choosing like which parts of the water do I want frozen or unfrozen. And then once you get to a certain part of the challenge, you also have a ice Pikmin flower, and you can change some of your blue Pikmin to ice Pikmin as you please. So you like have all these different options on how to approach it. I want to dig more into that one. One of the annoying things is they sort of just kick you out of the challenge once you beat it once, even if you didn't like optimize it, right? And they have to go to the fucking guy at your base and redo it there.
Yeah.
I think it's like a retry mode, but I like click past it or something stupid. But that's like something really interesting to me. And then you have the other shit is like the night parts, which are like quote unquote tower defense, and they're boring as shit because it's just the glow Pikmin, which is like streamlined to the point of like tedium. They just come right back to you. They you don't have to pluck them. You can't really multitask in those sections because whoever you're controlling, all the glow Pikmin will just fly to them, right? So it's not like you can sort of cover multiple sides of the map, but it's like not quite the same. And then you have the Dandori battles, which are just like the most what the fuck were they thinking? Like I never played bingo battles in 3, so maybe those were similar, but in 4 the Dandori battles are like just total fucking chaos. They just made the AI stupid as fuck so that you never lose, even if you don't know what you're doing. It is something else. It is you're supposed to basically get as many points as you can as bringing as much stuff like to your base as you can, and you can also you can fight the other player. But then there's also random items like fucking Mario Kart shit or Mario Party shit, and then also there's like point values on items that increase as like timed rewards, and there's also special items, and there's like a bomb you can take to their base that blows their shit up and takes away their points, and then you can carry their points. It's like what the fuck were y'all doing? This has way too many ideas in it. Calm the fuck down, dude.
To be honest, I sort of enjoyed that chaos. I thought it was kind of cool.
I thought the later ones were pretty good.
You can play it online though, right? Like that seems like such a missed opportunity. I don't know.
Classic Nintendo.
I think you can do like local.
Yeah. So silly.
I'll have to see. I'll have to get back to y'all because they ran Bingo Battle, a tournament at MagFest last year. So
shot.
Hopefully they'll run Dandori Battle this year at MagFest,
so awesome.
But we shall see.
I'll say this. I just violently remembered like this one moment where I was doing a Dandori challenge and I posted the clip on Twitter. Basically, the Pikmin, they had a treasure and they just ran past the onion, then ran the other way in some complete fucking other direction. I don't know where they were going, and I tried to whistle them back. If you whistle for a little bit, they stop for a sec, and I thought, oh, maybe I can reset the route or something if I do that. But no, it didn't work, so I had to make them drop the item, and then it was already too late. My time ran out, and it's like I would have gotten the platinum on that level if not for that. And I was like, yeah, this maybe we have not advanced that much like in terms of AI like in the last 20 years.
People got way too like I don't want to call anyone out in particular, but the backlog reviews are like, oh, they made the Pikmin too smart. You don't understand. Actually, the Pikmin are supposed to be stupid because it's experiential. You actually they're supposed to be little dumb guys, and it teaches you how to like learn to live with the ecology. Blah 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 blah. You did not play enough fucking Pikmin 4, bro. Like the Pikmin are so fucking stupid in this game. Still, they still fall off of bridges sometimes. I've seen them. I'll kill someone near an electric fence, and then like it'll be like reds. Like I have yellows in the fence, and then red like kill some guy near it, and the reds will all instantly just run over and start attacking the electric fence and get their flowers blown off. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? And then you can't call them back without also calling back some of the yellows, which is like, they at least fixed that a little bit. I do like how the whistle, like if someone's already doing something and you whistle them, they'll like just pause. I actually think that's a great change.
Yeah, I know Heather didn't like it, but I'm also a fan of that. Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, like there's some like really obvious like use cases for it, but I think generally I sort of dislike how it sort of slows down the pace of the game just a teeny.
I get that.
Just a little bit, you know.
Yeah, no, and I think that if I thought about it, I could probably think of a time where it like fucked with me. I will say the auto lock I fucking hate. It has some really weird properties. I think the one I described offline that has happened multiple times. You'll like kill a big enemy, it drops treasure. Okay, I just wanted to grab the treasure. I have so many fucking Pikmin. I don't need to carry the boss back to base as well. So what'll happen is I have the treasure locked, and then I throw all the Pikmin I need to at the treasure. Except then it decides for me is like, oh well, this other thing is also close. So I can't throw Pikmin like close enough so I can only pick up the treasure. So I'm just gonna switch your target automatically for you. You're welcome. I was like, I didn't fucking want you to do that. So what I have to do is like, okay, I have the treasure. Let's say it's on the right, and then so I have to aim just enough to the right that it doesn't trigger the auto lock, and then throw all my Pikmin there, and then they'll run up on the treasure and pick it up and carry it back. It's totally fine. I was like, well, why can't you do that? Auto lock, like it's not hard. Like just keep me locked on. It's not rocket science. It's very oddly, it's so context sensitive, and I don't want to like hop on. Like I think context sensitivity can be good in cases, but it's like it can be very hard to tell what the fuck the game is thinking regarding auto lock. Sometimes it's that and the continued idiocy of the Pikmin, or even Ochi/Moss sometimes is like the whole thing. Actually, I did want to bring this up. I'm sorry I'm rambling now, but
you're good.
You can tell that they actually thought about the whole Pikmin are stupid thing, because there are enemies in this game that are built around exploiting that. They'll throw fake treasure off, and then or you knock like gold things off their back, and then the Pikmin will run off and start attacking it, and it doesn't yield anything. So you have to like keep them from doing that, call them back, and then throw them back on the monster. I think that is actually a good like use of that concept, and something that's actually you could point to as like, hey, look, the Pikmin are supposed to be stupid, right? That's like done in a very like smart mechanical way that actually makes the game, like the combat, more interesting than like delete this monster with purples or ices or rocks or whatever. But yeah, I just wanted to say, fuck you, Nintendo. You still need to learn. I'm gonna take you to my intro to robotics class, and we're gonna like make you look at Dijkstra's algorithm on the board until you learn what a fucking pathfinding algorithm from 1950 looks like, and then maybe you'll make a game that actually fucking works for once.
I guess I want to finish off with what you said, Heather, about like this game being sort of junk food, right, and how it fits into modern trends. Because yeah, we sort of mentioned that this again, Pikmin is a series where progressively it was always a concern for the developers, clearly, that the series wasn't as popular as it should be, and it seemed kind of daunting to a lot of people. And yeah, it's like sort of interesting now that we've discussed the whole series that we've also seen 4 distinct attempts to kind of remedy that and to expand the Pikmin audience. And I guess on that level, I find what you said, Heather, about it being sort of smart in the way it's streamlined in some respects. I find that very valuable, because like, yeah, I am sympathetic toward that kind of feeling as a developer, right? I do get that. At the same time, I just find the way that even though I enjoyed it, the way it falls into modern trends kind of problematic, right? Because you see it with Nintendo, I think, on a larger scale as well, right? Where Mario Odyssey is kind of a junk food, I do a lot of content that doesn't matter type game. Maybe some people would level that kind of criticism at like the new Zeldas as well.
I'd love Mario 64 as well. Fuck that game.
Yeah, 64 DS with all those characters.
No, that one was good. That one was good.
They went so hard in that direction that it turned around the other way. Actually, and that's why it's better. Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. And I guess we've seen with the Switch in general that every Nintendo franchise that used to not be that popular had its biggest moment on this fucking console. So it kind of strikes me. I do get the sense that, yeah, this level of streamlining would not have been necessary. You could have probably just added the dog, and it would have been the best-selling Pikmin game. I guess it's safe to assume that, yes, we're probably going to see more Pikmin games, and I don't know, for Nintendo to have this much validation in this kind of junk food type of design does give me some trepidation, maybe.
I think, go ahead, Heather.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, so what I was going to say is that I think what Nintendo has done up to this point is that they sort of do this winking thing. Is like, okay, we're going to throw this out here for the rubes, and then we'll don't worry, if you're a real Nintendo fan, we'll keep something in the back pocket.
Exactly.
For you, don't worry.
Exactly. Yeah.
So in this game, I felt like this is probably the most insulting out of all of them that I've played so far. Like I thought Odyssey was great, and I thought Breath of the Wild was great. One day I'll dig more into Tears of the Kingdom. It's just not the right time for me to play a fucking 100-hour game. I'm too arcade pilled actually. But the Pikmin 4 is this is actually the first game I've bought that I hit credits on since Resident Evil 4 Remake. Even though I'd bought a bunch of other ones, and I feel bad about it, but it almost feels like the time was wasted because I'm finally hitting the content I enjoy. But the main campaign took me 17 hours. Some of that is I know it can be done very casually in 10, so a lot of it's my fault. But it's they don't. The way this game is structured, they don't make the critical path very apparent. If they really wanted to wink and tell me, okay, we know you actually know how to play Pikmin. Here's the real stuff. They should have there's a way to make levers in the game that you can just skip all the stupid shit and then let me play the challenges, something like that, right? And they really went out of their way with the structure of this game to not let you do that. A lot of the game, from my perspective, was looking for the captain of the ship. I think he's in the first area, but you need to do the later areas to get stuff to go back and get to the cave that he's in or whatever, right? And I mean, there's just they didn't really communicate that at all. I'm not saying the issue is not that that's the way it's structured because it's unintuitive, because no, I think if I was a casual player, it'd be great. The issue is I didn't want to play the fucking campaign, so why didn't they give me a way to skip the campaign? I know that's sort of a silly request because it's can I please skip the game? I don't want to play it. It's a weird request to make of a game, but the way they set it up here, if it was Pikmin 3 style, and if it was dumb Pikmin 3, imagine this same engine and it was linear, sort of oh, you have one big objective and focus on that, you could just fucking speedrun that shit, and get through it real quick, oh, I know how to multitask, blah 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 blah, and then get to the good stuff. But this game seems to go out of your way. It's no, we're gonna make you explore. We're gonna make you eat your veggies. We're gonna make you eat your fucking veggies.
I thought you loved that shit.
I do love that shit. I just didn't want to eat 17 hours of veggies. Usually I got my veggies and I got my protein and my carbs, and then I enjoy a little bit of dessert, and then usually another dessert, right? And maybe a third one. But this was I ate so many fucking veggies here, I didn't get I got way too much of that kind of fiber. My shit's gonna be stopped up. It's not good. I need to get my. I need to go on a Taco Bell binge after this or something. Just challenges only, just stuffing my face full of delicious fucking of actual Dandori gameplay. But the rest of this shit is I feel like I don't feel like I wasted my time, because part of it was just to get it done for this podcast. But I also don't know if I would have actually made it through to credits, first roll of credits, if I didn't have this external motivator. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think you touched on something really important with the Mario Odyssey and Zelda comparison, because in those games it is a lot more explicit and much more easily telegraphed that you can kind of do the critical path, right? In Pikmin 4, I actually the third stage, ironically the beach stage, I only did like 20% of that. I only have 20% completion because I had 100% completion in the first two and unlocked the fourth stage so fast that I could basically skip the third one. And I had the sort of the mindset to want to do that, right? To be like, I just want to see what's next in the game. And I would imagine that, I guess Heather, I'm curious how you kind of experience that, but like I would imagine that if you sort of try to grab everything, it does again reinforce this like junk food kind of feel.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, like, I think I don't regret, like I didn't fully do every single thing in the game, but I got all of the main treasures, right? And I don't regret doing that, but I think largely doing it and the speed at which I did it, because I did it like I played this game like nonstop until I was done basically, and I did feel like like halfway through my playthrough I was like, at this point it's mostly just like a compulsive thing, like I'm not like my heart isn't really in it, I'm just doing it to knock this off the checklist basically. And I think I did want to say was I do think those sort of like junk food aspects are like not great, and I don't think it's just in general I don't think that's good for like the health of video games as a medium, right? And I hope and in Pikmin 5 these elements are going to return. I wish they wouldn't, but I think the other aspects, like I do want to reiterate that I think the game is like overall pretty good. I think it's like a decent 7 out of 10. I think it has really good things in it, and I think generally the way it sort of casualizes Pikmin for like a newer audience, I think is pretty clever for the most part, but it's just sort of a mixed bag overall.
Sorry, I had a thought on that, but I just saw that Alan, he made it. He actually made it through the mines of late stage capitalism. Let's invite him to speak. Wait. What's up, my boy?
Hey, what's good?
Do you have thoughts on the Pikmin sequels? We're about to wrap up, but like maybe this is a nice chance to like get your take.
I only finished 3. I did not finish 2, and I couldn't get 4. But I don't feel like I have really much interesting to say beyond 3 is like the prettiest game I've ever played.
So fucking true. I went like on a whole ramble about that. Yeah.
Sorry, I could not contribute more to the discussion. Being a wagey trapped me.
No, you're good. I think you might actually have an interesting take on this topic. We're basically finishing up with the idea that, okay, Pikmin 4 kind of feels like a junk food game where you're sort of mindlessly doing content a little bit, and it feels like it fits modern trends in that way.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I haven't played 4, but I sat in the room as my friend played it for a good bit, and I thought that was basically the exact conclusion I came to. I've been playing a couple other games recently. Final Fantasy 16 kind of has me on that treadmill as well. It feels like I'm just completing things to have completed things for that bit of dopamine.
Yeah, I guess I was sort of thinking, okay, we also drew the comparison to Mario Odyssey, and I mean, some people even level that criticism toward the new Zelda games, right? And I guess like with Pikmin 4's reception, I find kind of I used the word troubling earlier because like I do feel like the reception to something like Pikmin 4 is incredibly positive. That was sort of the general vibe that I got, and the fact Pang was describing how it basically takes 15 hours to unlock the game that he's actually interested in, right? Whereas it seems like for the average player, that kind of that the fact that all the kind of easily digestible stuff is so front loaded that isn't really that much of an issue. I was even thinking, we're always joking about like Monster Hunter, right? And that they need to make an arcade built Monster Hunter where you just get to the fights and whatever. And it's easy to convince myself that that's a good idea, but like I just know that nobody actually wants that, right? When you look at the larger gaming audience. It's just sort of weird to think about how those we keep saying it, but like arcade built sensibilities that fades more and more into the background. Maybe Alan, do you have like thoughts on that, and then we can wrap this up?
Well, so I mean, I guess it comes down to, there's the spectrum of it, like enthusiast in games is pretty wide. And there's a lot of people who games are a big part of their lives, but really can't dedicate a significant amount of themselves to games. But they still want to like connect with this identity, and shorter stuff and stuff that is more immediately like off-putting, I guess, would put those people who are enthusiasts about games, like it wouldn't let the game feel like a significant part of their life. It's not a game that's over in like 3 hours. You don't have a lot to tweet about. You don't have a lot to talk about with other people in that context. So I wonder how much that specific sensibility like drives contemporary game design.
Yeah, I think maybe again, like every time I put the words late stage capitalism in my mouth, I feel corny, but just the idea that the average life for an adult is so stressful and so packed and so dense that maybe in your free time you don't want to fucking play the arcade build thing that takes a lot of mental energy and investment. Maybe you want something that goes down more easily, and I guess that's something that other types of media don't really deal with, even, right? Like even if you have a challenging movie, at the end of the day you press play and then you let it run, right? You let it sort of wash over you. With games it's just not the same way.
Yeah, the concern with a movie that you're like, maybe you're not giving it the attention it deserves has to come from you.
Exactly.
Whereas a game can give you that feedback.
Exactly. That's perfect way to put it.
I think a lot of people also like, and this is not talking down on those people. I was this person for a long time. I probably still even am. Like to think they're more into video games than they are. And so like, they might not have like the chutzpah to sit down and play Ketsui after an 8-hour job, but something that, completing a goal feels to most people like solving a problem, even though like mentally those two things are kind of different. Yeah. And if for someone who doesn't recognize that distinction, they'll get the same dopamine from either, I guess.
Yeah, I think that once you're I think at a base level, being good at video games is like almost never a productive thing. Yeah. Right? I don't mean productive in the sense like in the freaking capitalist sense, like, bro, you're doing an anti-leftism. But it's like, no, I mean like socially productive, right? Like in a lot of cases, like the time I've spent getting good at video games, to whatever extent I am good, is mostly at the expense of like most other social relations or whatever. I mean, some of them obviously you can like. I mean, like all this time I spent with Smash, that was all socially productive, right?
Like competitive games.
Yeah. Well, and like even like rhythm games, it's like the only reason I've been able to do like socially productive things in that field is because I wasted a ton of time getting good at them, right? And most of the social relation comes down to like people will talk to me because I'm good at like the function, right? But that's not even necessarily like a lasting thing or whatever, blah blah blah. So I don't really blame anyone for not like getting invested in like. I mean, I can see why like normal people would like love this game.
Yeah.
I think what bugs me more is not that they like I think these like kinds of patterns are always going to like are going to continue to exist and proliferate or whatever. I don't even think it's necessarily like a oh, this is the secret carcinogen that we're slipping in to make the product more addictive, right? Like I think it's just like if you want to make a game that regular people can play, then this is the way to do it. But I think Pikmin 3 already was that. So like the fuck are they doing? Like they could have made like something that was like more constrained and less like annoying to play that also serviced the casual audience like perfectly fine. I don't think the issue is that this is like been so casualized, but rather that there were other ways to casualize it that wouldn't have affected the like skilled or semi-skilled player experience.
Yeah, and I guess maybe the issue is that balance is not really a concern on their mind, right? It's not. There's no reason for them to prioritize that, to balance those things.
Yeah, and I think people who are already like invested enough to care about that like more hardcore experience are also already like numb to sitting through a bunch of bullshit at the start of every video game.
Yeah.
And so like those hardcore players will still buy whatever to experience it. So it's like
so
not
true.
a real
Oh my God. Yeah. I think that's oh, John says in chat, surprised they didn't leverage the gardening aspect more. Could see something like Pikmin 2 incorporating customizable home. Actually, yeah, that'd be kind of sick. I think my girlfriend
the base
Yulia
sucks in this one.
Huh? Oh, the base?
I was just saying the base fucking sucks in this one. Yeah, it's so fucking boring. Like, fucking cool to customize it. Not for me, but for someone else, right?
Yeah, my girlfriend Yulia, she would have bought Pikmin 4 if it had that. Yeah, I think that's an interesting note to end on. I didn't expect the discussion to kind of turn this way, but this is really nice. Hope you all enjoyed this episode of Beach End. This is kind of a long one. Next time we're probably actually finally gonna play Phantom Dust. Probably.
You fucking better. I'm leaving. Think about how much I contribute to this podcast. I do no research. I play like most of the game and I show up and I ramble. You would lose that and all of the connective tissue that I bring with me if you don't play fucking Phantom Dust next time. If you do fucking like I don't know what
love you for your tissue.
What's the next? I guess the next console doing is Xbox. Yeah, if y'all did like Combat Evolved, I would be like, nah, no, fucking out of here.
I didn't realize you wanted to play Phantom Dust though, but
no, I don't even care about it. I just don't want to play like we did. Shenmue is cool, but Eco is like baby's first. Lay games are art, which games are not art. So fuck off.
Shenmue is how we tricked Pang into joining in the first place.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, see, Shenmue is art because it's not a game. It's like it's a simulator.
It's a free.
Yeah.
It is literally a simulator.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a bad movie. That's like all art, right?
And then y'all make me play like, no, bro, GameCube has so many obscure games, and you pull out fucking Pikmin. It's like, we played something actually obscure like Super Mario Sunshine. Like, please, I'm fucking begging. Please
you literally went on record saying you don't want to play Sunshine ever again.
No, yeah,
I don't think so. I never saw that.
I would play it if I had to for this podcast, but I would not enjoy it. Because I've already played like 4 or 5 times.
I'll make it at some point. Don't worry.
I forgot to say the next thing you'll see on this channel though after this will be the Armored Core Gaiden episode. That's gonna be Alan's time to shine as well. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Pretty pumped for that. Yeah, tell your friends. We should like encourage people to fucking comment more, probably.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, use the comment feature on YouTube on youtube.com.
Comment and timestamp. Be like, yeah, in this part you were full of shit and you had no idea what you were saying.
Like just do it honestly. Like that's a serious suggestion.
Like right now, actually, I have one more point about Pikmin. It's really important. You should definitely keep this in the full video if possible. See, we've been comparing Pikmin to RTS this entire time because you're controlling a single character and control of an entire army. But I think the emphasis on optimization, on speed, on time trials makes it closer in many ways to a racing game.
Yes.
So I've established a list of analogies for every Pikmin game, comparing it to an equivalent racing game. And you'll have to include footage of every game I mentioned. That is a necessity. So definitely don't stop me or finish the episode now.
See, that's the thing. Yeah, the racing bit has been ongoing in our circle for a while, and I've been trying my best to ignore it and like to curb it, and so that it doesn't get brought up. But like now it's too late. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too late, and I'm sorry, John. You needed to go somewhere or something. Too bad. So Pikmin 1, it's a lot like Mario Kart DS. It's very open-ended in terms of its routing. It's very expressive in how it allows you to approach every course, and like how you have all these obvious trade-offs. As deep as the simulation disc. Pikmin 4, that's Forza Horizon 5, right? It has amazing presentation. It's just overflowing with boring content. It's
Ochi is
Mexican. Mexico. Ochi is Mexican. See, I have one of my best friends was born and raised in Mexico, and whenever he smokes weed, his eyes look just like Ochi. Anytime I play Pikmin 4, I'm just reminded of him. Hey Pikmin. Now, Hey Pikmin, that to me